Commercial, a live look at the White House as both former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris compete for the Oval Office. You are watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Election Night coverage here on Local News Live. Our Bridget Spencer is joining us now live from Battleground, Georgia. Bridget, polls were supposed to close there at 7, but officials extended voting hours after bomb threats. Bring us up to speed. What's the latest?
Right, so there were some bomb threats earlier in the day in Fulton County, and now we are in neighboring DeKalb County within the last hour or so has gotten more threats at 7 locations. 5 of them were polling locations. We're actually at one of them now. This is the Reed Kofer Library. Now, it is much quieter than it was just about 30 to 45 minutes ago, where this area was swarming with police officers when they got that bomb threat. Police did a sweep just to err on the side of caution out here. Several units were out here. They actually blocked off the entrance to the library so voters could not get in just for their safety. So voting stopped for really about 45 minutes at this branch, just as a precautionary measure to ensure safety. As I mentioned, there have been multiple threats across DeKalb County and Metro Atlanta in general, even in Fulton County. Now, here in DeKalb, there have been 7 locations that were threatened. Again, voting precincts were the majority of them. Sweeps are still ongoing at all of those locations. Now, the DeKalb Law Department here in the county, they are actually working at this minute to get these voting hours extended because of that delay in the voting. So 45 minutes, a lot of people had to evacuate. So they're still wondering how they can get their ballot cast. But the Law Department has said they are doing everything to ensure that people can vote. So certainly a scary and hectic situation out here as voters are still trying to cast their ballots.
Absolutely, Bridget. And now we understand that Georgia is going to move their time at the polls close a little bit later. But I'm wondering, before all of this happened, do you have a sense of how today's turnout looked?
Yes, so early voting has it hit a record. So we had a little over 4 million early voters here in Georgia. But election day, that turnout has been quite high as well. As soon as the polls open, we've seen lines across the county. As the day kind of got later, the lines kind of lessened, but people have been very enthusiastic to cast their ballots. That's why all of these threats certainly were pretty disheartening for a lot of people.
Bridget Spencer reporting for us right now in Georgia, an important battleground state. Thank you so much. Let's toss it on over to Graham now.
3 states called so far tonight, very early. Obviously, you see the dark red called for the Republicans, Donald Trump, Indiana and Kentucky. The dark blue, Vermont, called officially for Kamala Harris. You see the Electoral College vote on the right side of your screen here. The other 2 states we're getting some results for, well, a few other ones actually, Florida, Georgia, Virginia. You'll notice, though, light blue, light red. These states are probably going to go back and forth as the night goes. They'll turn blue, they'll turn red. Beware of a red mirage, a blue mirage, as it's known, as the night goes on, as they kind of waffle back and forth in these very tight states. We're tracking the numbers for you. More live coverage here on Local News Live, special coverage of election night, a look at the U.S. Capitol. Stay with us. You're watching Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to election night coverage on Local News Live. Polls closed in Virginia about 10 minutes ago. LNL correspondent Henry Graff joins us live from Richmond. Henry, what does voter turnout look like this year?
You know, there is a concern, especially from the Democratic Party here, which is where we are. This is Senator Tim Kaine's watch party here in Richmond, Virginia at the Hippodrome Theater. The crowd really filling in here right now. But they are worried that at this point in time that maybe the voter turnout isn't what it would be in 2020, but maybe a little bit better than it is in 2016. Still, though, Democrats are hopeful they're going to pull off a win here, not only for Kamala Harris at this point in time, but also U.S. Senator Tim Kaine, who is in a fight with Republican challenger Hung Cao.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty big crowd behind you there. Virginia is taking some people off voter rolls. Some say it's a move to secure the elections. Critics disagree with that. Walk us through that debate.
Well, yeah, I mean, the issue was back in August, Governor Glenn Youngkin used what he said were gubernatorials to be able to remove people from the voter rolls here in Virginia. About 1,600 here in the end were removed. In the end, a long court battle that played out in the final days leading up to the election, and the Supreme Court here in the end ruling that it was okay to, in essence, purge those 1,600 people from the voting rolls. The note on that, though, is that here in Virginia, we do have same-day registration. So the argument right now is that anybody who may be affected by this purge can certainly have shown up today at the polls and cast a provisional ballot.
Hey, you know what's interesting about Virginia is that it isn't considered a reliably conservative state anymore. So what's driving that change?
I think there's a little bit from Governor Glenn Youngkin. We had him win the gubernatorial race in 2021, kind of made Virginia a little bit more red. But in terms of this federal election, it has been pretty reliably blue for a number of years now. And Democrats say they don't take that for granted. They know that the state was once Republican and very red, and they know that it could change again. So they're putting in all the effort they can, pulling out all the stops here tonight to make sure that they can pull off a win.
All right, local news live correspondent Henry Graff coming to us from Richmond, Virginia. Thanks so much. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024, leaving you with a look at the United States Capitol. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
It took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Election Night coverage here on Local News Live. Quinn Gorham joining us live from St. Paul, Minnesota. It's a tight presidential race in Minnesota, Quinn. Is Governor Walz's connection helping the Democratic ticket?
The polls are about what they were when Biden stepped out of the race, and that's very close, if not within the margin of error. What we've seen over the last couple of months is that gap beginning to close a little bit between the Trump and Harris campaigns. What I can tell you is that the energy here in Minnesota is very different. Having Walz on the ticket has energized voters on both sides of the ticket to sort of vote one way or the other. One little anecdote I can bring up here. In 2022, in his gubernatorial campaign, the governor's favorability with Democrats was much lower than it is right now during his vice presidential run. On the Republican side, that's the opposite. He is viewed a lot more unfavorably as a vice president than as a governor.
Interesting. Walz has been crisscrossing the battleground states, as we know. What has been his message the last few days?
Yeah, and we've really seen that message shift over these last couple of days. What we're seeing right now is an effort and a push to get out to vote. And that's really the key part of the stage of the campaign, to try and get these swing state voters, Democrats in those states, to just go to the ballots, to get energized, to go vote. That's been the shift that we've seen from Walz. He left the airport at MSP, Minneapolis-St. Paul International, yesterday morning, surrounded by supporters. That's what he was trying to encourage them to do.
We're not usually talking about Minnesota on election night, but I'm wondering, are voters excited that Walz has brought them to the national stage?
I think so, and we really saw that energy at the Democratic National Convention this past summer. It was a lot of energy at the Minnesota delegation at the convention, and I believe that's transitioned to election night. I'm here at the DFL, that's the Minnesota equivalent of the Democratic Party watch party here in Minnesota. They're all very much anticipating a win from the Harris-Walz campaign tonight. We'll see how that pans out, but it's safe to say the energy is certainly here among Democratic voters.
Thank you so much, Quinn Gorham, joining us from St. Paul, Minnesota. Rashida.
All right, let's head now to South Carolina. Our Mary Green is live from a GOP watch party in Columbia. Mary, tell us what you're hearing. What are you seeing? Who's there? Who all have you spoken to?
Well, the party is just getting started here in downtown Columbia, where several of the state's Republican leaders are expected to be in attendance tonight, including the governor, the state superintendent of education, the attorney general, and of course the chairman of the state Republican Party. Now, there are no statewide races in South Carolina this year, so of course a lot of the focus will be on the presidential election, but Republicans here in South Carolina expect that former President Donald Trump will handily win this reliably red state. So a lot of their focus will be on races within the state legislature, where every seat is up for re-election this year. Republicans have held a supermajority in the state's House of Representatives for the last 2 years, and they are just one seat shy of gaining a supermajority in the state Senate, which they believe they can do tonight. Of course, if they further their lead within the state legislature, they believe that will help them even more accomplish their agenda over the next 2 years of the state House.
And what stands out about South Carolina is that this is the first election with the state's new congressional map. So how could that impact votes?
Well, essentially what the impact, or at least the expected impact of that new congressional map will be, is that we're not expecting a lot of surprises when it comes to the state's 7 congressional races tonight. We are expecting that Republicans will hold on to the 6 seats they currently hold, and Democrats will hold on to the 1 seat that they currently hold. And the reason for this and kind of the drama surrounding this was the center of a lawsuit that reached the U.S. Supreme Court just several months ago. Groups including the NAACP and a Hilton Head resident sued over this map. They claimed that the way that the state lawmakers had drawn it during the state's last redistricting cycle was unfair to black voters, and that it really, suppressed their voices in the electoral process. They claim they packed black voters, especially in the Charleston area, in the seat that Congressman Jim Clyburn, South Carolina's only representative on Capitol Hill, Democratic representative on Capitol Hill. They say that it packed black voters into that district and away from Republican Nancy Mace's district, making that seat more of a reliably red seat than the toss-up seat that it has been for the last several years. Ultimately, the U.S. Supreme Court sided with South Carolina Republicans, and they upheld that map, which, as you mentioned, will be in play for the first time today.
All right, we'll be looking out for more info on that. Mary Green, thanks so much, joining us from South Carolina. Let's turn now to Graham Elkins and Camila Rueda at the results.
Good evening to you. I'm LaShonda McEwen. Tonight, all congressional seats are up for grabs. In the 4th District of Louisiana, incumbent Mike Johnson is facing Joshua Moritz. Devontae Martin is live at Johnson's watch party in Shreveport. How's it going, Devontae?
And Donald Trump fascist Nazi. That's their
Yes, LaShonda, it's going great. For Team Johnson, it is truly an exciting night here at the Remington Hotel in downtown Shreveport. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, is looking to be re-elected for the 4th Congressional District here in the state of Louisiana. With that new drawing map for the 4th District, making a lot of different changes. He is currently running against Republican Joshua Murat of Benton, Arkansas, a name that people will get familiar with tonight here at the polls. Speaker Johnson, we haven't seen him yet, but he is set to talk to the media around 8 p.m. once the polls close, and we definitely will have you updated on that. Back to you, LaShawn. I'm reporting in downtown Shreveport. Devontae Martin.
Thanks, Devontae. In Louisiana, we're also covering the 5th congressional race with Julia Letlow running for re-election. We'll be live from Baton Rouge later tonight. Polls in Louisiana are open until 8 p.m., in Arkansas until 7:30 p.m., and in Mississippi until 7 p.m. If any races go into a runoff, those will be on the December 7th ballots. You have until tomorrow to register in person or by mail for the runoff. You can register online until November 16th. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you for another update in about 30 minutes.
News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to a special edition of Local News Live. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins.
Now, voters are deciding who they want as their next president, Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. So let's go to our Peter Zampa, who is with the Trump campaign in West Palm Beach, Florida. Peter, what unfinished business is Trump looking to complete if he wins back the White House?
Well, Deborah, on a number of issues, but is it unfinished business, or does he just believe that he wants to continue what he was already doing? Earlier we talked about tax cuts, the need to make things in America again. These are all things that he championed in his first term that he wants to bring back. Now, as far as unfinished business, you may look at foreign policy goals that he has. He says he wants to bring peace to the Middle East and to Europe. He thinks he could end those wars immediately. Now, what evidence he has of that, we're not totally sure, but that is certainly a part of his platform right now. On immigration, he says he wants to deport millions of Americans who may be here in an undocumented way. That's another thing he's hoping to accomplish. He also wants to cut out government waste. That could be a big thing that he tries to do in his second term in the White House. But largely, Deborah, he just wants to be more of the same.
And I have to ask you this. What has he said about accepting the results if he doesn't win?
Well, Deborah, it's one of those things that when you hear him talk about it, it's almost like it's something that's just simply not possible. Earlier today, he was asked if he would come out here and declare victory, and he didn't really directly answer the question. But regardless of what the picture looks like tonight, it is seriously a chance that he comes out here and says he is the victor of this presidential election, because he continues to sow doubts. He continues to hedge. If he's not ahead in the polls by the time they close tonight, or by the time he comes to speak, he will claim that there are issues in certain states. He's already claiming that today. In a state like Pennsylvania, they're seeing massive problems in Philadelphia. Well, talking to election officials, we know those have been solved immediately. There have been a couple of hiccups, but they have been solved by the folks who are doing this hard work on the ground. But still, Donald Trump continues to talk about this. So will he accept defeat? We don't know.
Well, later. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you in about a half hour. Rashida?
And our White House correspondent, John Decker, is in D.C. with VP Harris's campaign. Her camp is at Howard University tonight. John, talk about the importance of Harris having her watch party at her alma mater.
Well, it's a moment of pride for the students, the community at Howard University. First of all, an alum is the Democratic Party nominee. An alum is potentially the next president of the United States. And an alum is potentially the first woman president of the United States. For all of those reasons, there's a lot of pride on this campus today. I feel pride. I have a connection to Howard University. I used to teach journalism at Howard University, so it's good to be back here on the hilltop at this campus tonight. But as for the vice president, she wanted to have this event here as opposed to California or Philadelphia or Wilmington, because this place means a lot to her, having attended this university.
Yeah, we know her sorority sisters from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated are going to be there as well. Harris has had one of the shortest campaign elections in history, a little more than 100 days. Has it helped her or has it hurt her?
Well, it's not easy to put together a campaign so quickly, but on one particular measure, it's pretty remarkable what the campaign has been able to do. And that measure is fundraising. Over $1 billion raised by the Harris campaign in just 3.5 months. That is a record, far outraising the amount raised by the Trump campaign. But it also took a lot out of Harris to introduce herself to Americans. Even though she served as vice president for the past 4 years, she's been in the shadows of President Biden. And so a lot of this has been going out, meeting voters, introducing yourself. The convention helped a lot on that front, but it also took lots of trips to those swing states in terms of getting the same type of voter ID that former President Trump has.
All right, White House correspondent John Decker, we will check back in with you in a little bit. Let's turn now to Graham and Camila at the results desk.
Thank you, Rashida. Let's go ahead and talk North Carolina, one of the swing states, a swing state that closed this half hour. Graham, a lot of people in North Carolina experienced severe devastation from Hurricane Helene. Both candidates visited the state. It'll be interesting to see how people vote there.
It will be. That certainly will make it a bit even more of a wild card than it already was. Let's go to the map. Let's talk about North Carolina, but quickly, a race alert for you. West Virginia officially called now for Donald Trump. No surprise there as the polls are closed. Associated Press knows that there's no way that this could go Democratic. Hence, it is called for Donald Trump. 4 more Electoral College votes in Donald Trump's column. So again, the darker shaded states are the ones officially called as you watch the map fill in tonight. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about North Carolina. It's a state that Donald Trump won in 2016 and 2020, but it was his closest victory in 2020. And it's a state that Democrats have really tried to make a play for this year. They're trying to flip it. If they're successful, it would be a massive achievement here by the Democrats. No results in just yet. That's why this map is still completely gray. But as we watch these results come in tonight, a few counties we're going to be looking at. Mecklenburg County, that is Charlotte. That is the second most populous county in North Carolina, a Democratic stronghold. But all of the states surrounded, the suburbs, usually go red, like Union County, Republican County. But Democrats trying to make some inroads there, and we'll see if they're successful. Deborah?
Thank you, Graham. We are monitoring the results in the 7 battleground states. Of course, that's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, as Graham was talking about, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Our Molly Martinez is in Philadelphia. Molly, the Trump and Harris campaigns, they have made Pennsylvania a huge priority. Why is it so important?
Deborah, there are 19 electoral votes up for grabs in Pennsylvania. The state went to Donald Trump in 2016. It went to Joe Biden in 2020. And it is a toss-up tonight of who will take it. So the ball is loose, and both candidates need it in order to secure the White House. We've seen tremendous resources and time spent in the Keystone State. Kamala Harris had 4 separate stops in the state yesterday. Donald Trump had 2. So they're aware of the gravity and the importance of this specific swing state. You look at the other swing states, they have 16 electoral votes. This is 19. So this is sort of the biggest electoral footprint up for grabs.
It's the biggest prize for sure, and Harris has made that the #1 battleground state that she's been in recently. Ballots there, though, they can't be counted until polls close. So what does that mean for results?
That's correct, Deborah, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But first, I want to update you on something that happened today. There was a little bit of a hiccup in one of the counties in Pennsylvania, in Cambria County. They had some issues with the voting earlier today. There was a scanning issue when people were submitting their ballots. So what they did is they extended those voting hours by 2 hours. So polls will not close in Cambria County until 10 p.m. tonight. Now, Pennsylvania as a whole, it has a little bit of a different system. They cannot begin to start counting mail-in ballots until polls have closed. So according to the Florida University Elections Lab, about 1.8 million Pennsylvanians had cast ballots as of Sunday. And so that's a whole backlog of ballots that can be processed but not counted until polls close. So as soon as polls are closed, they're going to be flooded with all of these votes to count. So it's going to be a very long night in Pennsylvania. There's no guarantee that a result will come out of Pennsylvania unless it is a landslide. But as it's looking right now, it's looking like it's going to be more of a photo finish.
And that means a long night for you, Molly Martinez. But we'll check back in with you. Thank you so much. All right,
I'm
Graham.
happy to be here.
I don't blame you. You got the prize. All right, Graham, to you.
We have some breaking news here, a race alert for you in the U.S. Senate. All important here, you see, Jim Justice, the governor of West Virginia, will be the next U.S. senator from West Virginia. He is now taking Joe Manchin's open seat. This is a big win for Republicans. We knew it was going to happen. Not a surprise here, called very early in the night. But this makes the Senate right now 50-50. So if Donald Trump wins tonight, Republicans would have control of the U.S. Senate. If Kamala Harris wins, Republicans would need just one more pickup tonight to take control of the Senate. So one big call here. We're going to be making many more as the night goes on. Stay with us. You're watching special coverage on Local News Live. Look at the U.S. Capitol as we head to break.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to special election night coverage here on Local News Live. Let's move on to another battleground state, Wisconsin. Our Vanessa Kelson is there now. Vanessa, why have both presidential campaigns focused so much of their attention on this one state?
Wisconsin is absolutely a key battleground state this election. It's part of that crucial blue wall, and both candidates are really hoping to pick up those electoral votes there. You see a lot of emphasis, a lot of high-profile surrogates, and countless back-to-back visits all up until basically a few days ago between the presidents, their vice presidential candidates, as well as many other surrogates really making the case to Wisconsinites in hopes of winning this key swing state.
Yeah, we know the RNC was held in Milwaukee, and Kamala Harris held her first rally in Milwaukee after becoming the nominee. Wisconsin also has one of the most competitive Senate races in the country right now. So give us the latest on the Tammy Baldwin-Eric Hovde face-off.
It's incredibly tight. Just before the election, the Cook Political Report changed that race to a toss-up. People aren't sure of the way it's going to go. Just this morning, Eric Hovde, the Republican challenger, said he gave his campaign his all. Tammy Baldwin spent the morning of the election day talking to UW-Madison students, which has been a key, crucial base for her historically, and again, likely for this election as well. We're going to just be sitting and watching until the polls close at 8 p.m. Central here in Wisconsin to see how that Senate race is going to play out.
Certainly going to be some close races to watch there in Wisconsin. Vanessa Kelson, thanks so much. Let's turn now to Graham and Camila at the results desk.
Yeah, and speaking of Wisconsin, or just that general area, over the weekend there was a poll released, an Ann Seltzer poll, showing Kamala Harris leading in Iowa by 3 percentage points, which it's not usually a swing state.
Yeah,
so that was interesting.
It raised a lot of eyebrows in Iowa. Some people think Democrats may have been oversampled there, some people not buying it. But even if there's a little truth to it, it could have implications in that swing state of Wisconsin, neighboring state. They share some demographics. Let's take a look at the map again. Just look at Wisconsin. No results coming in yet. Obviously, here's Iowa right next to Wisconsin, so sharing some demographics. This is La Crosse County. That's where Vanessa was that we just saw. La Crosse is a Democratic stronghold. There are actually 3 colleges there in La Crosse, so there are a lot of younger student voters there. Another big county is Dane. That's home to Madison, the University of Wisconsin, another Democratic stronghold. For Democrats to do well in Wisconsin, they have to run up their numbers in places like that. And then, of course, we have to talk about Milwaukee, the main Democratic stronghold in what's the rest of it is a very red rural state. So we'll be watching the Milwaukee results come in, and then the surrounding counties, the suburbs of Milwaukee. They're known as the WOW counties. These 3 counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. They usually go red, all 3 of these, but Democrats trying to slice into some of those Republican numbers, so we will see. Another county we're watching is Brown. That is home to Green Bay. Also usually a red county where Democrats have been trying to make some inroads. Also a rather large Latino community in Brown County. Then there's Door County, such an interesting bellwether county that shoots out here into Lake Michigan. Door County has predicted or gotten correct the last 6 presidential elections. So talk about a bellwether county, one of the most telling counties in the entire country. We'll be watching Door County very, very close tonight. So that's kind of a look at Milwaukee. Again, nothing filled in quite yet. We're still very early in the night. We're just watching kind of the southeast fill in so far. Ohio results have just started to come in with just about 4% or so in. So yeah, still early, but the numbers are slowly trickling in. Deborah.
Thank you, Graham. And we are going straight to Nevada. That's one of the 7 battleground states this election. And of course, a key issue there, eliminating federal taxes on tips. And I know that our Terry Russell knows a lot about this. Of course, you're live from Reno. Terry, it's not often candidates from opposing parties agree on a policy. Where do they differ on this one?
Well, the question is how it would be implemented in terms of tips on taxes here. Of course, we're not Las Vegas here in Reno. We're not as service-oriented, of course, which place in the country is. But there is some excitement about no taxes on tips. And as you mentioned, Donald Trump and both Kamala Harris mentioned during their campaign stops here and elsewhere, because there are waitresses and waiter Ds and other service industry type jobs where tips are very common all over the country. So that is something that people that are in that industry are excited about, because they can obviously not have to declare those tips. But then there's another question is how those tips are monitored. Could a financial planner receive a $10,000 tip from his client and not have to declare that? So really, it's a nice promise, but really the devil is in the details on how that would be implemented both federally and here in the state.
And where are you right now? I see a couple people behind you over there. What's going on?
We're here at Washoe County Ballot Processing Center. This is the registrar's office, and it's in the back room. And this is where the ballots are taken and processed to eventually be tabulated. Right now, the workers here have been working since 8 o'clock in the morning, and they are taking the ballots that were received for early voting, and those ballots that were cast during early voting. They were processed here starting the 21st, but they continue to process them. That means that they run them through a machine behind me where they count the ballots, check the signatures, and then ultimately send those ballots through the process so they eventually can be scanned and the numbers can be sent to the Secretary of State's office, where the results will be coming in after 7 o'clock tonight.
And Washoe County is a very important county in the battleground state of Nevada. We appreciate you reporting live for us, Terry Russell. Thank you. Rashida?
Let's turn now to another battleground state, North Carolina. Helene was the deadliest storm to hit the Tar Heel state, flooding communities, wrecking properties, and forcing people out of their homes. Parts of the state still recovering. Our Dedrick Russell is in Charlotte right now. Dedrick, how has the state accommodated voters in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, and are officials confident that people have been able to get out and vote?
Well, so far, yes. I can tell you that there were like around 25 counties in the western part of North Carolina that were hit hard by Helene, and state officials made some special accommodations so that each voter living in western North Carolina could vote. So what they did is that absentee ballots could deliver their ballots to any in person to any North Carolina Board of Elections office, and they had until 7:30 to deliver those absentee ballots. Also, there were some temporary structures that had to go up because where people usually vote, they were damaged by the storm, but they had some temporary accommodations. And the state election officials, they say that the Helene did not deter people in those counties from voting. In fact, when they looked at early voting numbers, that they say that those early voting numbers are on par with past years. So the good thing is that what Helene did to Western North Carolina did not deter or stop people from doing their civic duty and casting a ballot.
Dedrick, I see people behind you there. You're spending the night with students at Johnson C. Smith University, which is an HBCU. What efforts have been made to get young voters and black voters out to the polls?
Yeah, well, their staff and faculty members, they have been talking to these students, making sure to let them know the importance of voting. And in fact, just a few weeks ago during early voting, they had like a block party here on campus where they had a bus to come and pick up the students and take them to an early polling site so they would not have transportation problems. So you can see that these students are very engaged. SGA and NAACP, they are hosting this watch party, and students are very excited, and they're engaged, and they're leaned into the democratic process.
I'm sure some first-time voters there love to see the youth get involved in the vote. Dedrick Russell joining us from Charlotte, North Carolina. Thanks so much. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024, a live look at the U.S. Capitol. We have more real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
It took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Good evening to you. I'm LaShonda McEwen. It's Election Day in the Arklamis, and we're tracking the Formerville mayor's race. John Crow is facing Jerome Nations. Gabby Ballou is live with more on that race. Gabby?
Hey everybody, I'm here at John Crow's watch party in Farmerville at that place downtown, and yes, you heard me correctly. I have incumbent Mayor Crow with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Mayor Crow.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So tell me your thoughts about this race.
Well, it's been really good. We got a good group of people here that's worked together to make all this happen, and I hope it all turns out good.
Absolutely. So also tell me a little bit about what are some of the issues that brought people to the polls this afternoon to vote?
I think they want to stay, keep it the way it is. We have a good city council, and we got a lot of good things going on here tonight.
Absolutely. So finally, just tell me a little bit about what it means for the community support that's all around you and leading up to the election and tonight.
They just a good group of people here. We have a good community and everybody sticks together. And our motto here is let's all work together. We can make good things happen.
Absolutely. So tell me just a little bit briefly about what your first 90 days in office will look like.
First 90 days, I'm going to try to finish what we started.
Absolutely. So I'll be back throughout the evening to discuss each candidate about what they plan to do if they're elected for mayor. Live in Farmerville, I'm Gabby Ballou with KNOE 8 News.
Thanks, Gabby. We're following other races as well. Be sure to download the KNOE 8 News app, and we'll see you again in about 30 minutes.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
You're watching a special edition of Local News Live. I'm so excited. Election night 2024. I was so excited I couldn't even say that. But I'm so thrilled to be here with my colleague. I'm Deborah Alfaro.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
Thanks for joining us all. I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins. Right now, the final vote's still being cast. Ballot counts are underway, and Americans are deciding who they want to be the next president of the United States.
White House correspondent John Decker is in Washington, D.C., covering Vice President Kamala Harris's historic campaign. John, you're on the street. You've been walking through Howard University. What's that energy like there?
Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected.
This is a mood that I think is cautiously optimistic, Deborah, in terms of the crowd that has now arrived here on campus at Howard University. It's, of course, the university where the vice president attended many years ago, and she wanted to have this event here on the campus that she attended, given the historic symbolics of her candidacy and the possibility of being the first woman president of the United States.
And John, Harris has had to balance claiming the successes of the Biden administration while also separating herself from some of its policies. How has she done?
They include Connecticut, Delaware.
Well, I think you'd have to
Illinois,
ask voters how
Maine,
she's done on that part. It's been
New
difficult.
Hampshire,
She's only been the
New
candidate, the
Jersey,
standard bearer for the Democratic Party
Pennsylvania,
for the
and
past
Rhode Island.
3.5 months.
No
It's
projections
difficult
in any of those
establishing
states.
your
Here
own
is the
path
electoral vote
when you've been in the
count at this
shadow
hour.
of the
Donald
president
Trump
for 3.5
has
plus
90
years.
electoral
But she's
votes.
tried to
Kamala
separate
Harris has
herself,
27
although when she's been asked
electoral
the
votes,
question what policies she would have differently in terms of domestic policy or foreign policy if she's elected president, she has had difficulty in answering that particular question. But she says she's her own person and would certainly govern differently if she's elected president this year.
Yeah, you touched on she's only been around for about 3 months as the candidate. She had huge momentum, though, when she first entered the race. Did she manage to keep that?
Well, look, it's a difficult task in terms of introducing yourself to those Americans who maybe not be that familiar with you, even though she served as vice president for 3.5 years. But she's done that. She's traveled to those swing states, Deborah, time and time again over the course of the past 3.5 months. She had a very successful convention that took place in mid-August in Chicago to introduce herself, to tell her story, to talk about what she stands for, and then, of course, traveling throughout the country, introducing herself. And it certainly helps when you raise a lot of money to put those bio campaign commercials on the air in each of those swing states.
White House correspondent John Decker at Howard University. We'll talk to you later, but for now we have some more results, so let's go to Graham.
Deborah, another hour in tonight and some more states called. Let's take a look. We're going to highlight just the states that have been called so far. For Democrats, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. Also Maryland with its 10 electoral college votes. That gives Kamala Harris 35 electoral college votes in her column so far. Let's bring in the Republican states that have officially been called now. Starting to fill in the all-important state of Florida with its 30 electoral college votes. That is now official. Alabama, Mississippi. We have Tennessee, South Carolina has now been called, along with Oklahoma. So we're making some progress here tonight, but of course it's those crucial 7 swing states. None of those have been called just yet, Rashida, so we're still waiting. They're starting to fill in a little bit. We're getting our first results in Pennsylvania, just about 2.6% in, coming from Allegheny County and Pittsburgh, but still a long way to go.
All right, Graham Alkins keeping us up to date with the very latest. Let's turn now to former President Donald Trump, who's fighting for a second term. Senior national correspondent Peter Zampa is covering his campaign from West Palm Beach, Florida. Peter, who's watching the results tonight alongside former President Donald Trump?
Well, the campaign tells us they don't have a big crowd there at his Mar-a-Lago club before he heads over here to address this crowd of supporters at some point. Now, we should say Donald Trump said that 4,000 or 5,000 people will be in this room, his supporters. We don't know if that's actually true, but it is a big room, so we'll see. As for who's watching the returns with him, his senior campaign staff, a lot of family members. His campaign tells me the entire family will be there with him, and also some friends alongside him.
And has Trump said what he hopes to achieve in his first 100 days in office if he does win the White House?
He has, and you know, some of this may be realistic, some of it is a pipe dream, but that's what you say for your first 100 days. He claims to want to start the largest mass deportation program in human history if he is in the White House in his first 100 days. He also might want to do things when it comes to unleashing American energy. You hear him talk about energy independence quite a bit. Well, drill, baby, drill is part of his mantra at this point. He thinks he can accomplish that in his first 100 days. He also tells Americans that he can immediately bring down their prices, and whether that's realistic or not, that could be more on the pipe dream side, and also ending some of these foreign wars. He claims to be this great statesman who would never have seen these wars on his watch, but claims he can bring peace to both the Middle East and to Europe as soon as he gets into office.
All right, Local News Live senior national correspondent Peter Zampa, we will be checking back in with you throughout the night. Deborah?
We are monitoring the results in the 7 battleground states, and that's where everything is just so important. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and oh yes, Pennsylvania. The whole country watching what happens in Pennsylvania because it has the most electoral votes of any swing state with 19. Now we know that Trump won by a tiny margin in 2016. 4 years later, Biden won. Our Molly Martinez is in Philadelphia tonight. Molly, polling averages show Trump and Harris in a statistical tie. But what are you sensing as you're in the state today?
Deborah, we've been on the ground for a couple days here in Pennsylvania, and what I can tell you is nothing.
everybody with whom we've spoken with, it's a toss-up. And that is what makes this race so important, because as we talked earlier, as the ballots come in, unless it's an absolute blowout, we're not going to know the results of Pennsylvania tonight. And this is looking like it's going to be much more of a photo finish. And so of all the voters with whom we've spoken, it seems to be 50-50. I've been looking for contextual clues during our whole time here in Pennsylvania, yard signs. Those are pretty unconclusive. It still seems pretty 50-50. This is truly a purple state. I spoke with one voter who says that he thinks that there are a lot of, quote, silent voters here in Pennsylvania, those who are voting but don't wish to engage in the public discourse around voting. They find it unpleasant. They don't want to get entangled in an unpleasant conversation with family members. And so he believes that there is a big voting bloc here that just aren't making their preferences known.
Well, if anyone's going to get it out of them, it's going to be Molly Martinez. But as you're talking to people, which issues are people talking about that are really driving them to the polls?
Deborah, today, everyone with whom we spoke, they're pretty much down party lines. So we spoke with a lot of first-time Democratic voters who say their big issues are women's health, gun rights, climate change. Of the Republicans with whom we spoke, they said that immigration is top of mind, as well as the economy. One Republican told me that he's voting for Donald Trump because he wants a disengagement from foreign wars. And Donald Trump really has an advantage this election because he was not in office on October 7th. So he can really take a step back and shirk all sort of foreign responsibility and blame it all on Joe Biden because he was in the Oval Office during these foreign conflicts. And so he's voting for Donald Trump because of that.
We're going to be checking back in with you a lot throughout the night. Thank you so much, Molly Martinez in Philadelphia. You are watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024 as we take a live look at the White House right now. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to election night coverage here on Local News Live. Michigan has been a major focus for both presidential campaigns, second only to Pennsylvania in TV ad spending. When we talk about Michigan, they have a pretty diverse demographic there.
Absolutely, and they have actually the largest Arab American population in the country. And so there has been some talk about perhaps a protest vote regarding Kamala Harris and, of course, the Biden administration's handling of the war in Gaza. Certainly a difficult situation for anyone to handle. Camila and Graham.
Yeah, a lot of people use that the primary election is a protest vote, so it'll be interesting how they show up tonight. But also interesting, this was Trump's last stop.
Exactly, yeah, in Grand Rapids. A bit superstitious, we heard, that he wanted to make his final stop there. Let's go to the board, talk a little bit about Michigan. We really haven't talked about Michigan yet tonight. Just a few little results trickling in here in Oakland County. Those are suburban Detroit, just to the north of Detroit. Oakland is a very fascinating county. Big population there. It is one of the wealthiest and highly educated counties in Michigan. It's also a very diverse county here. It used to be solidly Republican, but Democrats have really gained a lot of ground here in Oakland County, so that's one we're watching. But here, let's talk about Grand Rapids, Kent County. Kent County is a swing county that went for Donald Trump in 2016. It went for Joe Biden in 2020. And again, former President Trump made his last campaign stop there last night, actually stretched into this morning. He was on stage at 2 a.m. in Grand Rapids here in Kent County. So that's one that we're certainly going to be watching, a swing county. Another swing county is Saginaw. Again, went for Donald Trump in 2016, went for Joe Biden in 2020. We'll be keeping a close eye on that one. We'll also be keeping a close eye on Grand Traverse, home to Traverse City. That's a wealthier, tends to be more Republican area of the state in northwest Michigan here. So watching all of that, and of course we can't ignore Wayne County, which is home to Detroit, also home to Dearborn, where of course the large Arab American population there, and then also in these suburban counties as well, Camila. So a fascinating state, again, very diverse, a lot of young voters in Michigan as well.
Yep, they had the biggest turnout there in the midterm elections, so a lot of young people voting. But give us a quick overview of what states have closed and what's going on right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map here. Let's zoom out a little bit because it is starting to fill in a little more. But again, we showed you the states that were called already. We can highlight just the states that were called. No surprises so far in the states that have been called. So again, now we're just watching other states fill in. The all-important state of Georgia, it's filling in pretty quickly. Election officials said that we're going to be processing ballots a lot faster this year. And look, already 36% of the vote counted in the all-important state of Georgia. Of course, we are watching Metro Atlanta. This is going to be the blue dot that fills in this sea of red here. This is Fulton County. About half of the vote already counted in Fulton County. Kamala Harris leading with 71% of the vote. Democrats really need to build up their numbers in Atlanta and the surrounding counties. Cobb not reporting yet, DeKalb not reporting yet, Gwinnett not reporting yet. Those are all Democratic strongholds. So again, we'll be keeping a very close eye on Georgia as one of those 7 swing states. For now, a look at the White House as we head to commercial break. More live coverage here from across the nation on this historic election night. Stay with us on L&L.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Local News Live. Polls closed in Florida at the top of the hour. Our Zach Dollimer joins us from Tallahassee. Zach, the state is still reeling after back-to-back hurricanes. Has the government's response changed how voters feel about the candidates?
Well, good evening, and good evening to all of you who are tuning in from Florida's state capital. You know, this region, the Big Bend area of Florida, continues to recover from really a devastating hurricane season, one of which just happened fairly recently, just a little more than a month ago. Hurricane Helene impacted many counties here in the Big Bend, the Florida Panhandle. Taylor County, which is about just an hour or so east of Tallahassee from where we are. But really what's amazing here on election night is the voter turnout after the hurricane came through the Panhandle and went up into South Georgia. Earlier tonight, we've reported that Taylor County here actually came out and was on the verge at one point of 90% voter turnout. So even with the hurricane, people going through so much, voter turnout, there's been a lot of spawned up people getting active, their civic duty, wanting to really get involved and to participate in this election, even after going through some devastating impacts here in North Florida, indeed.
All right, Local News Live, Zach Dahlheimer, thanks so much for joining us from Tallahassee. Let's turn now to the results desk with Graham Alkins.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rashida. You saw Rick Scott winning that Senate race there behind Zach. And then here's an overall look at the map here. Look at Florida, almost at 90% of its vote counted so far. Donald Trump easily winning the state of Florida. Also checked the abortion measure. The right to abortion is on the ballot in Florida as well. Right now, that ballot measure has not been officially called, but the yes is leading right now by a pretty healthy margin. So it could be very well that abortion measure in Florida to protect the right to an abortion will pass. So that will be interesting. Will be the first result of the abortion measures. There are 10 of them on ballots across the country tonight. So again, just recapping what we have so far, no big surprises just yet. Again, we were talking about Georgia. Almost 43% or so of the vote is in. And right now, Donald Trump with a little bit of a lead. We're watching Pennsylvania as well. Only 7%. But these counties are slowly but surely starting to fill in these crucial swing states. Deborah?
Thank you, Graham. Turning now to Ohio, Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance's home state. Local News Live correspondent Josh Krupp is in our Toledo studios newsroom. And so, Josh, has Vance's message and mission been resonating with Ohio voters?
That's interesting that you asked that. He's still a fairly new commodity here in Ohio, just like he is nationwide. A recent poll conducted by Bowling Green State University here in Northwest Ohio asked Ohio voters, what do you think of J.D. Vance, of Sherrod Brown, who's running for re-election tonight to the U.S. Senate, and Governor Mike DeWine? And of those three, Democrat Sherrod Brown, I should say, Republican DeWine, and Republican J.D. Vance. Vance had the lowest approval rating of those three, so he is still fairly new in Ohio, and people in Ohio are still getting to know him, and they're doing so even more this year than perhaps they did in 2022 in a fairly low-profile Senate election. And this year, they're learning a lot more about J.D. Vance. If he ends up going up for re-election in 4 years, we'll certainly see then if his message does end up resonating.
And Josh, Springfield, Ohio, the epicenter of those baseless rumors about Haitian migrants eating pets. And to be clear for everyone watching at home, this is not true. Former President Trump and Senator Vance both spread those baseless rumors. How are Ohio voters reacting at the ballot box?
Well, we'll see how they end up reacting at the ballot box. The numbers are still coming in right now, but we heard from elected officials on both sides of the aisle who were trying to make all of that stop. We have one community here in Northwest Ohio that is experiencing similar challenges as Springfield. It's Findlay, Ohio. It saw about 1,000 new residents move into the area from Haiti all of a sudden, and it was creating a little bit of a strain on resources, but it wasn't creating a strain on law enforcement. There wasn't any surges in crime. Findlay's mayor, a Republican, and the governor of Ohio said, please stop this rhetoric. It seems like that has toned down, and we'll see how Ohioans respond tonight at the polls.
Josh Krupp telling us what's going on in Ohio tonight. Thank you so much. You are watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
And good evening to you. I'm Jennifer Andrews. This time is 7:27, and welcome to our election update. Now, one race that we are tracking is the 5th Congressional District. Incumbent Julia Letlow is facing Vinnie Mendoza and Michael Valian Jr. Our Mallory West is live at her watch party in Baton Rouge. She joins us now. And how's everything going, Mallory?
Well, Jennifer, I am here at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, where, as you can see, Julia Letlow is currently holding her watch party. Now, it's usually in Monroe, but right now it is in Baton Rouge, just due to some redistricting that we've seen throughout District 5. So now parts of Baton Rouge are included into the 5th District. Now, results of the race are not expected until 8 o'clock, and Julia Letlow is expected to give a speech at 8:45 tonight. Now, check in later to see how this election goes. Back to you.
All right, Mallory, thank you. Well, current House Speaker Mike Johnson is looking to be reelected at the newly redrawn 4th District. That includes Union and Lincoln Parish, along with parts of Ouachita Parish. Johnson is up against Republican Joshua Murat. Speaker Johnson is set to speak to the media once the polls close in Louisiana at 8 p.m. Now, if any of the races go to a runoff, those will be on the December 7th ballot. You have until tomorrow to register in person or by mail for the runoff. Now, you can register online until November 16th. All right, thank you for joining us. We will have another election update in about 30 minutes. The polls close at 8. You can also download our app at KNOE.com. Have a great day.
Home, always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
You're watching a special edition of Local News Live Election Night. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda. We have live coverage all throughout the night.
And voters are selecting the next president, choosing between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Our senior national correspondent, Peter Zampa, is in West Palm Beach covering former President Donald Trump. So, Peter, does Trump's base look the same as it did when he first ran for president? I'm wondering which demographics he may have won over, which he may have lost.
Well, Deborah, one demographic that these Republicans have really prided themselves on winning favor with was Latinos. They saw themselves making all of these inroads. I remember back in 2016 and 2020 when you saw Miami-Dade County go for Donald Trump. It was such a big deal at the time because of the demographics down there that you generally associate with Democrats. However, as we well know, in recent days, a controversial comment made at one of his rallies about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage by a comedian, that really resonated with a lot of Latinos and especially Puerto Ricans who live on the mainland who are energized to vote. So we'll see if that has an impact tonight. As far as some folks he might have hemorrhaged from his base, women, I mean, on the reproductive rights question, it's clear that polling indicates a huge advantage for the Democrats on that one. So while Donald Trump may have done okay with suburban women in 2016 and 2020, this year I think a lot of eyes will be on that, given what the Supreme Court did in 2022.
And of course, Peter, Trump plays to his base. We know that, but he's going to need independents to win the White House. How is he doing with that?
is the big question of tonight, really. That's what this is all about. Was he able to sway some of those key voters in those key swing states? Now, he does have divisive rhetoric. He does say things that even rub some of his reporters the wrong way. Some people like how candid he is and how he just kind of goes off the cuff. But then when it comes down, what is his big issue, Deborah? It's the economy, and that's always the biggest issue for the American people. So can some of them look past maybe his gruff manner or his direct way of speaking and say, look, I want lower prices in this country? That's what we'll be on the lookout for tonight. How important is the economy?
Very important to a lot of people. Thank you so much, Peter Zampa. All right, we're going to let you go. It looks like your shot's breaking up a little bit there. Let's go to Graham at the touchboard. What do you got for us, Graham?
Some results for you here at the results desk, Deborah. Let's take a look. A couple of states just called. The Garden State, New Jersey, 14 electoral votes. Now in the column for Kamala Harris tonight. Only 22% of the vote in, but just the way the maths, there's no way that Donald Trump could overcome that. Not a surprise here in New Jersey. Also not a surprise here in the natural state, Arkansas, with its 6 electoral college votes. You can see none of the votes are actually showing up on the board, but a lot of times these races can be called just by the early vote alone as these states officially close their polls. So the data slowly loading in, but the Associated Press already able to call that. Again, the dark shaded states are the ones that have been called. The light shades here, like Georgia, like Pennsylvania, those are still in the lean columns. These can go back and forth. They can change colors throughout the night before they are officially called. And then there's one other color here on the map. It's these white ones. These are the toss-up states. These are, they're so close they can't be shaded red or blue. They're too close to call. They are true toss-ups right now. But again, likely to change as the night goes on. Ohio expected to go red, for example. Virginia expected to go blue. And then there is the North Carolina here, down here. That's a true swing state. We might have to wait a bit longer on North Carolina. Rashida?
Have to see if that math keeps mathing. Turning now to Howard University. White House correspondent John Decker is there with Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign. John, inflation is dropping. Americans are spending, but Republicans argue the economy is a mess. Have Democrats managed to push back on that?
You bask in the shade of our trees. Well, they've tried to. Of course, the economic indicators that you just mentioned have indeed benefited in terms of what is happening on paper, but do American families feel it? And what we see in poll after poll is that it's not being felt in middle America, and that's been problematic for the Biden administration. It's trouble for the Biden-Harris administration, and that's one of the arguments that Vice President Harris has tried to make, is that she's trying to turn things around. She will turn things around if she becomes America's 47th president.
Yeah, Vice President Harris says she's offering a new path forward, something we've heard her reiterate throughout her campaigning. How would her presidency be different from Biden's?
Well, that's a question she's been asked out on the campaign trail, and she's had difficulty in terms of answering that question. She can't point to a specific policy, domestic policy, foreign policy, in which she would take a different position from Joe Biden. It's as if she's running as Joe Biden 2.0. That is one of those issues that is difficult for someone trying to succeed a president from their same party, trying to establish that they will be different, at the same time being loyal to the president. That's what vice presidents typically are.
Yeah, difficult for her to separate that baggage from the Biden administration. What has Harris said that she wants to achieve in her first 100 days in office if she does take the White House?
Well, she said her focus, if she wins the White House, will be on middle-income voters, middle-class voters, working-class voters. That is an argument that she's made over the course of the past 100 days since she's been the Democratic presidential nominee, and it's an argument that she's leaned in on in these final weeks of the campaign, part of her closing argument. That is something that she said she would focus on during her first 100 days in office.
All right, White House correspondent John Decker reporting live from Howard University, the vice president's alma mater. We will check back in with you shortly. For now, let's turn over to Graham. Let's check in with him with the latest results.
Let's talk Pennsylvania, guys, okay? Pennsylvania is the top prize, 19 electoral votes of the swing states, and it's also a top bellwether state. It's backed the winner since 2008. So I know it's early, but what's Pennsylvania look like, Graham?
Let's take a look. Let's take a trip through the Commonwealth here on the touchscreen. 19 electoral college votes, as you mentioned, Pennsylvania, such a fascinating place with different pockets of population. Only 9% of the vote in so far. You see Kamala Harris leading with 70%. No way that's going to stay like it is. There's more blue coming in, obviously, so far in this first 9%. Real quickly, a call for you. Kamala Harris has taken the state of Delaware. That's an official call. You see the yellow check. All right, let's go back to Pennsylvania here. So when we talk about Pennsylvania, we start down here in Philadelphia County, most populous in the state. Democrats have to really run up their numbers there. Only 14.6% of the vote, but they are running up their numbers so far. Then we have the collar counties around Philadelphia, the suburbs, Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks County. Delaware is, or I should say Montgomery, the most populous of those suburban counties. Bucks, though, is the one that's most up for grabs. More Republicans registering here. Bucks could go red tonight. That would be a big win for the Republicans if that happens. We can take a little trip up to the Lehigh Valley, Lehigh, Allentown, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has really spent a lot of time there this cycle trying to drive up the numbers in Lehigh. Next door, though, in Northampton, this is a swing county. This is a county that went for Donald Trump in 2016, barely went for Joe Biden in 2020. That's one we are certainly going to be watching tonight. Also, Lackawanna County. This is Scranton. This is Biden country. Democrats hoping to do well. A bit more blue collar, obviously, in this part of Pennsylvania. Luzerne County, right next door, though, that is more red. Went red in 2016 and 2020, and Republicans have the edge as far as registrations there as well. Some other counties that we are watching here, Centre County, in the center of the state. Very rural red, except for Penn State, which is in Centre County. So Penn State usually makes that county go blue, but Republicans have really been targeting especially young men voters on the campus of Penn State, trying to flip Centre County to make that red this time around. That would be a big win for Republicans. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, Democrat stronghold. They have to run up their numbers there. But then just north, you have Butler County. That is red, more rural. That's the site of the first assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. So you can bet that Republican voters are very motivated in counties like Butler to get out there and vote. And then one other county we have to talk about is Erie. This has even been called a little Pennsylvania by some of the pundits here that actually heard, because it has it all. It's kind of a mini version of Pennsylvania. It has an urban center, it has agriculture, it has industry. It's a state that went barely for Donald Trump in 2016, barely for Joe Biden in 2020. Erie is a bellwether county. Deborah?
Thank you, Graham. You watch Local News Live because we have reporters all across the country. So let's crisscross on over and see Joe McLean in Kansas City, Missouri. Voters there could scrap the state's near-total abortion ban. What would that amendment do, and how likely is it to pass?
Yeah, it is, based on polling, it is pretty likely to pass here in Missouri, which is pretty amazing, as I've been here covering, as Republicans who hold supermajorities in the state legislature here have systematically been cutting away and banning abortion even after Dobbs in different ways, blocking funding and stuff. So the fact that this even made it on the ballot, including after a year full of different challenges, including over the ballot language, over the wording of how it was going to appear to voters. Big legal challenges over that. Legal challenges over the fiscal note, which is the part of the ballot that tells voters how expensive this constitutional amendment would be to local governments. So you can tell every single obstacle that Republicans here in Missouri could throw in front of this amendment to not have it on the ballot was thrown. And also the campaign has been really, really tough. But this amendment ultimately would do a couple of things. It doesn't just lift the abortion ban, it does specific things. First, it establishes the right to make reproductive decisions. That's the wording in the Constitution, including, it says, abortion and contraceptives. It also instructs courts to presume any restriction of abortion in Missouri to be invalid, unless it can be proven that it's necessary for safety. Another thing that this amendment would do, it prohibits governments from discriminating against abortion providers, abortion patients, obviously, and even abortion supporters, those who helped with an abortion. So discrimination would be banned under the Constitution. And finally, it does allow restrictions up into the point of viability. That's why many have described Amendment 3 in Missouri as being sort of back to the standard under Dobbs. But ultimately, based on polling, Missourians are likely to pass Amendment 3, at the same time also electing a slate of candidates that will likely systematically work to deteriorate that right.
A lot going on there, and you explain it so well. Joe McLean, thank you so much for that reporting. Appreciate it. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at WeSaySaveIt.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Local News Live. Connecticut is typically considered reliably blue, but we are seeing a competitive House race there, and it's a rematch. Susan Rapp is in Waterbury with the very latest.
Hi there, good evening. Well, it's been blue in the last 2 minutes or so. In fact, Kamala Harris has been declared the winner here in Connecticut, and we're now listening to Senator Chris Murphy, who has been declared the winner. Will this be a sign that Congresswoman Jahana Hayes will win her fourth term? That remains to be seen. If you remember, this was a very close race 2 years ago between her and Republican challenger George Logan. It is now a rematch. Logan lost, but by only 2,000 votes. So some were expecting this to be another close race, but we don't know that to be the case. And in fact, when we spoke to a lot of voters today, they were saying that reproductive rights is most definitely one of the most important issues for them. And you know, in Connecticut, people here take reproductive rights pretty seriously. It has been codified into the state's constitution, and they realize that things could change depending on who wins the presidential election. So that has been a big issue in this campaign. As for this district, it has been trending more blue over the past decade. There hasn't been a Republican congressman or congresswoman in the 5th district since 2006. But again, will this be a sign right now that Kamala Harris winning this state? And keep in mind, it was declared within maybe a half hour after the polls closed. So I think that as for Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, she has been very positive about her chances of winning, but she says that she doesn't take it for granted. She feels that people in this district need to hear from her, and so we are expecting her at some point tonight. She will hopefully win, or that's what she is hoping, but we're going to have to wait and see. So we're going to throw it back to you. But clearly, this is one race that Democrats across the country want her to win to keep majority in the House of Representatives.
Political reporter Susan Rath live for us in Waterbury, Connecticut. Thank you so much. We have to go now to Camila. She has some breaking news for us.
Yeah, Deborah, out of Florida, Florida voters rejected an abortion rights amendment. This just coming into the newsroom. They voted, it's not passing. So they needed 60%. It was a 60% threshold. And I want to show you the numbers. It's about 90% reported so far. And you see right there, it says 57%. So it looks like they're saying it's not going to make it. Florida rejecting it. So that means that that 6-week ban will stay in place. And this abortion rights measure here was going to protect abortion up to viability or to protect the life of the mother. So it looks like the 6-week ban is staying in place. Governor DeSantis' ban.
Yeah, that is big news out of Florida. A 60% threshold, hard to get to apparently in Florida. I don't think any of the other abortion measures have a 60% threshold unique to Florida here. But Florida in general tonight, an interesting storyline going on here. Florida is shifting even more red than it was in 2020. That's what we are seeing in the numbers with 92% of the vote in. Nearly every area of Florida has shifted further to the right this cycle. You see very little blue on this map. Florida, remember, used to be a swing state just several cycles ago, but now reliably red, including in Miami-Dade County, the most populous county here in Florida. Of course, it's a majority Latino population here. There have been a lot of storylines this cycle about Latino votes, Latino voters, Hispanic voters shifting toward Donald Trump. That's certainly playing out here tonight in this heavily Cuban of county as well. Miami-Dade here in Florida. Donald Trump winning 55.4% of that vote, about an 18 percentage point shift toward Republicans, toward Donald Trump in this county alone. Those are huge numbers coming out of Florida tonight and could potentially be an early indicator, but that is, again, just what's happening in Florida. Rashida?
All right, Graham, we will check back in with you shortly. Let's take you now to Battleground, Georgia. Our Abby Kosoris is at the Election Operations Center. Abby, Georgia came down to less than 12,000 votes in 2020. What are state officials saying about this year?
We were talking with the chief operating officer for the Secretary of State's office, and he told us that he's been losing sleep over some of these polls, which show that the margins could be as close as 1,000 votes here in Georgia. That's why he says it's so important what they're doing now, the election process, making sure that it goes smoothly, because he expects there's going to be a lot of increased scrutiny over this year's election.
Yeah, and there was a battle over absentee ballot deadlines in Cobb County. Where did things end up landing there?
I think the frustration that was felt by some folks is that there was so much back and forth. Of course, this happening within the week before the election day. This lawsuit was filed asking for more time for these absentee ballots to be counted over in Cobb County, which is one of the most voter-rich counties. There's a lot of votes to be had there. This issue came down to about 3,000 absentee ballots. That extension for those extra days originally granted by a judge, and then the Georgia Supreme Court overturned that ruling just yesterday. So those 3,000 or so folks, we haven't heard from them, but really they only had two options today. They either could go to the Cobb County Election Board and turn in that absentee ballot that they had filled out, or they could go to their polling precinct and null and void that ballot and vote in person. A lot of concern over if some of those folks maybe were out of the state at the time or could be sick, maybe don't have a car, couldn't make it to some of those polling locations. And with the margins so close, pretty much all the votes are really critical here.
Abby Kasoris, I know you are waiting for a press conference to get underway. We will check back in with you later on. For now, you are watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. We have more real-time results coming up after the break.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to special coverage of Election Night 2024 here on Local News Live. Taking a look at the live results behind us here at the results desk. Let's zoom in on swing state Georgia, reporting about 63% of the vote already tonight. And you can see Donald Trump with a slight edge over Kamala Harris here now with 52% of the vote. As these counties start to fill in, we start talking about the big blue dot of Atlanta, the suburbs there, very crucial to deciding who will come out on top tonight. If we take a look at some of these key counties, Fulton County, that's Atlanta proper, 70% or so reporting already. Cobb County, also at just about 72% reporting. DeKalb, though, only at about 60%. Gwinnett County, a lot of votes still to come in from Gwinnett County. Most of those, or I should say a lot of those, the majority, will go to Kamala Harris. When we go to the northern suburbs of Atlanta, though, Cherokee County and Forsyth County, those are counties that Donald Trump is carrying, and he's carrying them by very healthy margins here. You see almost 70% of the vote in Forsyth County, 70% of the vote in Cherokee County. This is a Marietta area of Georgia. Those are big numbers for Republicans, and Kamala Harris, Democrats were hoping to cut into those, slice into those numbers a little bit. So far, remains to be seen if they're going to have much success with that. The other county that we're watching tonight here, another population center, is Chatham County. That's Savannah. A lot of votes still to be counted in Savannah as well. So still room for Kamala Harris to gain a bit of ground, but right now you see it's light red. That means, Camila, it is in the leans column right now, along with Pennsylvania, still in the leans column.
That's right. Those are the ones we're watching. But speaking of Georgia, it might take a little bit longer to get all of those votes in. 5 counties in Fulton County, 5 in DeKalb County extended their voting hours because of bomb threats. Now, the FBI did investigate and said that none of them were real bomb threats, none of them were credible. Some of them came from Russian domains, but still those hours being pushed back in polling locations.
You know, I wonder also, you were talking about those results, Graham, and I'm wondering, Rashida, you've heard of this, historically, this red mirage, where maybe some of those smaller counties, they're lean Republican, so they're being counted, and then later on, when some of those more populous counties, the cities and things like that, are counted, you get more of a sway over into the Democratic column.
Yeah, I mean, this is a toss-up election. We talk about Georgia, and you see those counties that are closer to Atlanta, like you said, being a little bit more Democratic. What's interesting about Georgia is that Donald Trump was able to take it away in 2016. Biden, that was the only southern state he was able to win in 2020. Graham, Camila, we've been watching this all day. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger coming out talking about election integrity all throughout the day.
Well, one thing I know about Georgia is former President Jimmy Carter voted for Harris.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, I mean, the election integrity has been top of mind for those officials, and they have press conference after press conference, and they say they're very confident in the integrity of that state.
Thank you so much for joining us. This historic election night, you're taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol. Our live coverage continues on localnewslive.com and our app.
Local News Live.
What are voters looking at?
Tracking congressional races tonight.
The only network with more than 100 local newsrooms across the country. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Man, it's lonely. Like, going through life lonely.
There is the therapeutic aspect of music, just expressing how you feel. I'm going to talk to Howie about his feelings, make it into a song.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kid. Of course, it's awkward to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping. Hey, bestie, how sketch is me? It's hard to get their attention. Ready? Go. Yes, look at that. Yeah, you even turn yours over. So if you want to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping, you have to get it trending. Right, Backpack Kid?
Let's do it.
First, invite your kid to do the vape talk. Let's try this. All right.
Why is he here?
Yeah, I gotta get it trending, honey.
Come on.
To the left. To the right. Let's go.
Oh, honey, can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
I see a lot of your friends vaping.
Visit talkaboutvaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger having a press conference right now.
To remove 432,000 people by being part of that organization, so we have the cleanest voter rolls in the entire country. That gives voters confidence. So we do have secure, fast, and accurate elections. But also, we add another element. I would call it a bonus, but I think voters deserved it. We made sure, and I led to make sure, that we would have fast lines. And today you saw result of that. With our electronic poll pads, people were checking in, and we were checking it all day long in 49 seconds. We think that's awesome, and so did the voters. And then the average line time, you don't need water when your average line time is 2 minutes. So you think about that, in 3 to 5 minutes, people were ready, they had their card, ready to start voting. In and out in 10 to 15 minutes. And so that happened throughout the entire state. No complaints about long lines. So we improved our performance, and we'll fight and continue to do that every day for the voters of Georgia. If you look at where we are right now, we are at 5.22 million people, total people that have cast ballots, and we had 1.2 million today, which was a record. Coming into it, we had a record for the early votes, and we had 4,033,000 votes. So you add that all up, we'll be at 5.22. I think you all know that we had some threats, but that just shows you the resilience of our system and our people. We're battle tested. All the early votes from Fulton County, in spite of some of the issues that they had due to those threats, were up by 8 p.m. And many of the other counties are at that same location and in good shape. So right now we have about 3 million votes of the 5.22 million that are up, and they're out there for all of you to see, plus all of America. So that is about 60%. There's a few more that are happening. This is the first time we put into state law that people had an hour to get those up from the counties, and by and large, most of them hit that mark. So they made great progress. I'm glad that we've added the accountability measure, because I wanted to make sure that counties could perform to voters' expectations.
Okay, you're just listening right now to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in Georgia talking about voting and the record numbers from today. Let's go live now to Peter Zampa, who's in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the Trump campaign. So, Peter, which issues did Trump zero in on in the final days of his campaign?
Well, Deborah, I think it was all encapsulated really at his closing message event the other week at Mar-a-Lago, where he had a number of folks up on stage talking about personal stories under the Biden-Harris administration. One family came up to talk about immigration, another to talk about his small business not doing well as far as the economy goes, and another who suffered, whose son died in the withdrawal of Afghanistan. So really showing you what that closing message was, saying we do not need 4 more years of this Biden-Harris administration. We need a new wave.
How confident is the Trump campaign feeling about a win? As I look to the board now, he is ahead. Of course, it's very early in the night, but what are they saying?
It is very early in the night, and I'm sure they would like to temper expectations, but we can't lie. This Trump campaign is very confident. They have been this whole time. As John's been saying, the Harris campaign is cautiously optimistic. That's not how this Trump campaign rolls. They think they have this in the bag, but they also come out and say, look, the only way we can lose is if it's stolen from us.
Absolutely. Further to that, what is Trump saying about uniting the country if he does win?
Well, he likes to say that he will be a president for everyone and that his months and years of prosperity will make everyone in this country happy, but his rhetoric says otherwise. It's very divisive. Just yesterday, you want to talk about uniting all Americans, he was talking about one of the most popular people in Democratic politics saying very not nice things, we'll leave it at that, about former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So if he is planning to be a president for everyone, his divisive rhetoric certainly says otherwise.
Peter Zampa, we'll be checking back in with you. Thank you so much. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024 as we leave you taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to the Results Desk here on Local News Live. Our live coverage continues. Now, we have some other states that have officially been called. Now, let's take a look. These are the ones called. The Dakotas have been called. Nebraska, part of Nebraska, 2 out of the 5 electoral votes. The blue dot is still up for grabs right now. Wyoming has been called. Louisiana has been called. I think those are the new ones. Ohio has also been called since we last talked to you. On the Democratic side, you see Illinois, New York with its 28 electoral college votes also now called. Tightening up a little bit in this electoral college race, but none of the swing states. We're still waiting on all 7 of those all-important swing states, so the night's still going to be very long. You see, as it stands right now, Michigan and Pennsylvania, part of that all-important blue wall, they're light blue. They're leaning toward Democrats right now, but in Pennsylvania, for example, less than 20% of the vote has been counted right now, so still could go either way. Kamala Harris, though, had about 60% of the vote so far with that 20% counted. In Georgia, we're up to almost 70% of the vote counted there. Donald Trump with a bit of a lead, about 52.5%, approaching 2 million votes here in Georgia, but still several counties, several key counties like DeKalb, only about 60% reporting, Gwinnett only about 16% reporting. So again, this could be a red mirage as it's known. It could flip blue as the night goes on. You can't read too much into it still this early in the night. So Camila, along here with me, along with our other wonderful anchors, Deborah and Rashida, we are watching all of this play out tonight, Camila, as we continue to track these results in real time. Still, you know, it's a long way to go. Obviously, it's a marathon. We have to, you know, just take it in stride and count these numbers as they come in. Important that all the votes are counted, and it seems we just heard from the Georgia Secretary of State that things are going well.
Yep, with record-breaking numbers there in Georgia. Rashida is joining us now as well.
Yeah, in less than an hour, polls are closing in Battleground, Nevada. It's one of 7 battleground states. LNL correspondent Victoria Saha is at a polling location in Las Vegas. Victoria, people are rushing to get those last-minute votes in. What's the energy like there?
Yeah, here at Allegiant Stadium, it is busy. It's been busy all afternoon, but as soon as we hit around 5, 6 o'clock when the strip workers started getting off of work, lines were out the door. Earlier today, there was no wait, so Allegiant Stadium was the place to be, but given we're so close to the strip, a lot of those last-minute voters are coming in. So even though the lines are about out the door, I'm told that it's about a 30-minute wait here, but it's going to go by fast because inside, when I went in earlier this afternoon, there was about 98 voting machines with dozens of poll workers helping those folks navigate through. And outside, it is a party. You hear the music behind me. They have a live DJ throughout the afternoon. They had a former Raider player to take pictures with those who voted. The Raiderettes here as well. But it's going pretty smooth, even if at 7 o'clock when those polling locations close, and if there's still people in line at 7, which it looks like it might be because people are still trickling through, every single person that's in line by 7 o'clock will still be able to vote.
Yeah, you talk about it being the place to be. I can hear the Cupid Shuffle playing in the background. Victoria Saha, thanks so much from Nevada. Well, you're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. You're taking a look at the United States Capitol. We have more real-time results in 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back. Special coverage. It's election night 2024 in America, and here on Local News Live as we continue to track the map as it fills in. We talked about Nebraska. Let me go in here a little bit more and explain, because it's one of the states that has split electoral college votes. So the state of Nebraska has already been called. It's deep red, but you see these 3 dots. Those are the other 3 electoral college votes that are up for grabs. The interesting one is known as the blue dot. It's District 2. It is mostly Omaha, and it is expected to go blue tonight. Right now in District 2, with just under half of the vote counted, Kamala Harris leads about 61% of the vote to Donald Trump's 40% of the vote. That one electoral college vote is crucial for the Democrats if they pick up the blue wall. If they pick up the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, then they need that one blue dot of Omaha to get to exactly 270 electoral college votes. Those in the blue wall leaning blue at this moment. Wisconsin, though, just starting to fill in here. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as we're getting our very first results. Only 2.5% 50% of the votes counted so far. So just keep in mind, we have a long way to go tonight, but we're starting to get, there's filling in real time. Dane County, that is Madison, expected to go dark blue here. And then we're also seeing some results in Waukesha, one of the suburban Milwaukee counties. So starting to trickle in, and hopefully this map fills in quickly here in Wisconsin, a crucial state. Camila, just like all those other 7 battleground states as well. All right, actually, let's go to Josh Stein. He's speaking just now after winning the governor's race in North Carolina.
It's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. Like me. We chose hope over hate. Competence over chaos. Decency over division. Home to small businesses. That's who we are as North Carolinians. And I am so honored that you have elected me.
All right, some competing audio streams there, but giving his victory speech there after defeating Mark Robinson in North Carolina. We can take a look at North Carolina again as well. Almost half of the votes in at this point. Very tight, as expected here in North Carolina. 50% of the vote for Donald Trump, 48.7% for Kamala Harris. But again, still over half of the state to go. Let's just check Mecklenburg County. Look at that, only about 10% of the vote. So a lot of votes to be counted in Mecklenburg. All right, I think we got audio figured out here in North Carolina. Let's get back to Josh Stein.
North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small
Josh Stein, the
towns,
governor-elect here in North Carolina, giving his victory speech after coming out on top with a big enough margin to call that race very early. More results to come. Stay with us. You're watching special coverage here on Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There are so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my 3rd child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to election night coverage here on Local News Live. Polls have closed in Louisiana about 20 minutes ago. Our Jasmine Franklin is in Shreveport, part of House Speaker Mike Johnson's district. Jasmine, the speaker has been walking the line between what Trump wants and what the party wants. What is his popularity like there at home?
Well, good evening, guys. I would say that his popularity here in Shreveport and Caddo Parish, and really the state of Louisiana overall, is very popular. Right now, we're at the Remington Hotel for his watch party, and as you can see behind me, there are already people that have began to make their way inside of the party. Hundreds of guests are expected to be here tonight in support of Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, as I mentioned, is from Shreveport, which is the largest city in the 4th Congressional District that he serves. He spent most of his life in this area. Back in 2015, he ran unopposed for the Louisiana House of Representatives, and in 2016 he ran for Congress and won the seat with 65% of the vote. Most recently in 2020, for his 4th term, he won, garnering 60% of the vote at that point. Johnson recently hosted and made some stops on his campaign trail here in North Louisiana over the weekend, making stops in Ruston, Louisiana, as well as Minden, and the support was there as well, with many people coming out for his campaign efforts. I would say that Johnson is very, very well supported here in the Arklatex.
Yeah, we know the speaker is trying to keep his position as House Speaker as the power of the balance hangs in the balance. Jasmine, thank you so much for joining us here on Local News Live. Let's turn now to Graham Elkins at the result desk.
Hey, Rashida, thank you. Graham, let's talk about Arizona, where in La Paz County, there were bomb threats. Two local offices received bomb threats. And they're not the only ones that received bomb threats in Arizona. Also, Navajo County earlier today. All of this pushing back those times they extended for just about 2 hours.
Yeah, and Arizona is notorious for long vote counts regardless. And we also heard that there were still hundreds of students in line at Arizona State University right as polls were closing. So they will still get to vote. As long as you're in line, obviously, still get to vote. Let's just take a look at the map, see what's filling in while we have a little time here. We don't have any results from out west just yet, as those polls are not reporting at all yet, not completely closed. But as we just take a look here, you can see starting to fill in a little bit more. Again, looking at Wisconsin, filling in as we speak. Just about 7.5% of the vote in, though. Remember, Door County is one of those bellwether counties that picked the president in the last 6 elections. Only 31.5% reporting, but right now, Door County leaning toward Donald Trump. That would be telling. It is a bellwether county. Let's check another bellwether county. That's Erie in Pennsylvania. Not really enough votes. Only fourth of percentage point there to reporting. So we can't really draw any conclusions from that just yet. So still a long way to go, but slowly but surely we're getting there. Pennsylvania, though, only about 25% total so far. You're watching Local News Live, a look at the Capitol as we head to break.
Local News Live.
What are voters looking at?
Tracking congressional races tonight.
The only network with more than 100 local newsrooms across the country. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my 3rd child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
You're watching a special edition of Local News Live. Election night 2024 results are pouring in. Those 7 battleground states, those could determine the winner. L&L on the ground with the people who know those races best, our local journalists. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins. Well, let's talk about some Senate races. We haven't talked a lot about the Senate races yet tonight, Camila. There are several battleground Senate races.
Yeah, there are 34 open seats. Now, Democrats have more seats to defend here. So which ones are you looking at, Graham?
That's right. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Let me switch sides real quickly so I can do this a little bit better. But in Arizona, no results coming in just yet. In Florida, Rick Scott, the winner here, not necessarily a surprise. But the big battlegrounds we're watching, Jim Justice, again, not a battleground, but winning, giving Republicans 1 seat there in West Virginia. Texas, of course, this one is a battleground race. Ted Cruz, right now with about 53% of the vote, with about 60% of the votes counted. He is going up against Colin Allred. Democrats are really staking a lot on this race. Of course, Beto O'Rourke came very close, but was not able to beat Ted Cruz. Democrats are hoping Colin Allred may be able to do it, but again, 60% of the vote, Ted Cruz with a healthy lead as of right now. It depends where the rest of those votes are coming from. Wisconsin, we're just starting to get the first results in, only about 10%. Tammy Baldwin trying to hold on against the Republican Eric Hovde. Right now, Eric Hovde is in the lead here against Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Bob Casey, he is in the lead early right now with about 26% of the vote counted, going up against Republican Dave McCormick. So Bob Casey in a good spot right now, but it all depends where those votes are coming from, where those outstanding votes are as we go through the night. Ohio is another very close race. With 60% of the vote in, Bernie Moreno is leading right now over the incumbent Sherrod Brown, longtime senator from Ohio, has gone a bit more progressive, and Ohioans, the Republican Party of Ohio really believes that this cycle, Bernie Moreno could unseat Sherrod Brown, and that would be a huge pickup there. Also, the one we're watching is Montana. No results yet, but Democrats trying to hold on with John Tester. Republicans think they're going to have this one too. Rashida?
All right, Graham, we'll check back in with you shortly. For now, White House correspondent John Decker is with the Vice President Harris's campaign in D.C. at Howard University. John, we are seeing some results coming in now. How much should we read into this at this hour?
Well, it's early, obviously. Not all of the results have come in, and some states that are swing states have not been called yet. They're too early to call. But what we see is that in some of these swing states, like in Georgia, like in North Carolina, 2 states that certainly are pivotal to Donald Trump in terms of getting to 270, Kamala Harris is underperforming where Joe Biden performed 4 years ago. So that could be a warning sign in some of those blue wall states in which results continue to come in. Pennsylvania, Michigan, polls have closed. Wisconsin, they're closing very shortly.
Yeah, we know some of the states that have already come in and were already predicted to be red or predicted to be blue. Harris has only had 3, maybe 4 months to campaign, a little more than 100 days. Which voting blocks has she really zeroed in on?
Well, you're right. It's not a lot of time to establish a candidacy. It's unprecedented what has happened on the Democratic side. But what she's done is she's tried to introduce herself, tried to focus on the issues that polls show matter so much to voters. It's jobs, it's the economy, it's inflation. A closing message that she zeroed in on was reaching out to the other side, this message of unity. We'll see if those closing messages worked as it relates to those swing states in particular, those 7 states that will decide this election.
Yeah, one thing that's been different about this campaign in particular is that we've seen a lot of star power behind it. The Obamas, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, but does it translate into votes?
I've never seen this translate into votes. We see it also on the Republican side as well. We know that Elon Musk, for instance, has campaigned for former President Donald Trump. Doesn't always help, it may increase energy in the party and the base, but it doesn't always help in terms of reaching out to undecided voters, independent voters in any election cycle.
All right, White House correspondent John Decker reporting live from Howard University. We'll check back in with you in a bit.
All right, let's go now to West Palm Beach, Florida, and that's where our senior national correspondent, Peter Zampa, is standing by. Peter, I'm looking at these results coming in, and it looks like Florida, it's really leaning more and more Republican than ever before in places that we haven't seen, like Miami-Dade County. What does this tell you as you stand there at the Trump campaign headquarters tonight?
Yeah, Deborah, this used to be one of the states, think back to 2000, everything was hinging on Florida and recounting those votes, all the lawsuits surrounding this state. Now, it seems like a fever dream. You would never see that anymore because of how strongly Republican this state is. And as we discussed earlier, Deborah, part of that is because of the inroads that Republicans have been able to make, especially with the Latino community. It's such a sizable population in a state like this, especially as you get further and further south in this state, in counties like Miami-Dade County. So when you add up that outreach that the Republicans have been doing, especially with Latinos, it leads to better numbers for them.
We're going to keep checking back in with you, Peter, throughout the night. Thank you so much.
When we talk about those 7 battleground states, let's talk about Pennsylvania, the big prize of the night with 19 electoral votes. Our Marley Martinez is in Philadelphia right now. Molly, let's talk Elon Musk. The lawsuit over his $1 million voter giveaway is in Philadelphia. What's the latest there?
Yes, the latest is there's a win for Elon Musk. The DA of Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, sued Elon Musk and accused him of running an illegal lottery. That went to court, and a judge ruled in Elon Musk's favor and said that the $1 million giveaway could proceed. They just gave away their last $1 million. This was a voter registration giveaway, but there was some murky legality behind it because it is federally illegal to pay for votes or to pay for voter registration, but the judge ruled that it could proceed. There are rumblings that a class action lawsuit will come out of this giveaway, but that remains to be seen as of right now. But this kind of goes to a greater theme we've seen this election of billionaires getting involved. We saw this also with Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post. For the first time in 30-some years, they did not choose to endorse a candidate. That had tremendous fallout in terms of readership at the Washington Post. So we're seeing more and more billionaires really sticking their fingers in this pie of this election.
And one thing that we're taking a look at is these numbers. We're seeing a shift in what used to be some pretty reliable red counties in Pennsylvania. Talk to us about that shift.
Rashida, what's so interesting about the story of Pennsylvania is how violently it swings. You look at Obama, and Pennsylvania went toward Obama in a very, with gusto. And then in 2016, it flipped to Donald Trump. And then in 2020, it went back to Joe Biden. And tonight, like I said earlier, this might be a photo finish. It's a virtual toss-up right now. When we look at these purple counties, and I don't know if you can see behind me on the Philadelphia skyline here, but a lot of these buildings are lit up in purple. And that's no mistake. These purple counties are the ones that will decide who is the next president. You look at things like Chester County, like Montgomery County. These are wealthy counties that it's sort of really hard to pin down where their vote will go. And then you have Bucks County. This is another county that will be a kingmaker in this election.
All right, our Marley Martinez keeping her eye on the prize there in Philadelphia. Thanks so much. And you are watching special coverage of Local News Live Election Night 2024. We have more coming up for you after the break.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at WeSaySaveIt.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Thanks for joining us here for a special coverage, election night coverage on Local News Live. We have some breaking news out of New York where people have voted yes. New Yorkers have voted to protect the civil rights of people who are seeking or have had an abortion. And looking at those numbers, it looks like 72%, Graham.
Yeah, overwhelming numbers here in New York. So abortion was not mentioned specifically in the text of this measure here as we take a look at the numbers. But basically, this is a measure that wouldn't. Basically, the legislature could not pass any restrictions on abortion now that this measure has passed. Again, overwhelming 72% of New Yorkers voting in favor of this particular ballot measure. Another breaking result here for you. Want to go to the Senate. Angela Also Brooks will be the next U.S. Senator representing the state of Maryland, defeating Governor Larry Hogan in this very close, a little bit of a close race here, 10% separation here, but only about 56% of the vote counted so far. Angela Also Brooks, relatively new to the political scene, at least on a bigger scale. She's a county executive here in Prince George's County in Metro D.C., so she is the winner tonight in Maryland. Deborah?
Thank you so much, Graham. Let's head now to Grand Blanc, Michigan. It's a suburb of Flint, and that's where our Zane Omer is in that battleground state. Zane, independents helped President Biden win in 2020 and helped Trump win in 2016. So how pivotal are independents this year?
Extremely important. It really could go either way here. While they are a small segment of voters, they have a huge impact in deciding elections. Some turn out to be non-voters, so it's really about motivating them and which campaign has better mobilization, a better ground game. I talked with multiple analysts who say Harris's campaign is better organized here with more offices, more volunteers. But on the other hand, experts say Trump's campaign, after Lara Trump became the co-chair of the RNC, diverted some funds from their Get Out the Vote effort to pay for legal fees for the former president. And then in the messaging, experts have said there's more of a concentrated effort to reach across the aisle from Harris, which may appeal to more independent voters. She said she is open to having a Republican in her cabinet, while they argue Trump's recent comments about women, rallies that have struck a negative chord have been more alienating, but that But does that matter to an independent who may be voting for Trump or maybe looking at some more important issues? That's something we still have to see.
Absolutely, and we'll see more as the night goes on. We're certainly waiting to see the results there in Battleground, Michigan. But I wonder, you've been out there reporting all day. What are you seeing and what are people saying when you talk to them?
All right, we won! Yay! Thank you all so much for coming out to celebrate this night with me. It means the world to me that you all would be here. Thank you for believing in someone like me, for letting me have this experience with my two little children, Jeremiah and Jacqueline. They are my why. They are why I wake up every single day and fight so hard for this country and for the state of Louisiana. They inspire me to go make change and be the light up in Washington. So I'm just so excited to share this night with all of you. Can you believe that we're in Tiger Stadium? Thank you to LSU for letting me have this monumental night in Tiger Stadium. So excited to be here. I never in a million years thought 4 years ago that the Lord would have me standing at this podium and had the honor of my lifetime to represent the 5th District up in Congress. And I'm so excited that you're sending me there again. So thank you all so much. As you all in this room know, this is not possible to do alone. There are so many people in this room to thank. But bear with me. I just want to name a few names because they're so important that they receive the credit that is due. Andrew Bausch, where are you? Andrew? My campaign senior advisor director, I don't know what your title is anymore, but you've been with us since day one. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Shay Britton, fundraising, yes. She raises all my money. If you want to give me money, go find Shay. She'll give you my cell phone number. Lauren Riggs for doing all my graphics. Mitch Rabelais for my comms. If you haven't met Jensen Young, he is the smartest operator in this room. Please go meet Jensen Young. To my official team up in Washington, thank you so much. So many of you came down. Ted Farrell, my chief of staff. Thank you all. Lindsay Linares, happy birthday. It is your birthday today. Ramona Martin, you're my ride or die. Couldn't do it without you. You all have been there with me since the beginning. It means so much to me that you still continue to serve the people of the 5th District. I know we say it all the time, but we wake up every day and we say, is this right for the 5th District? And we have that conviction ever before us. I'm so proud of the team. I hire people that are way smarter than me, and I'm so proud to have you all a part. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Now for the most important people in the room, family. Can't do it without you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I have my sister April, my brother-in-law Adams, one niece, we're missing one because of basketball practice, and then my parents Terry and Kathy Barnhill, and then these two cute little tots here. So I just want to say for a second that my parents taught me right, that in life change is always going to happen, and you have a choice whenever things change. You can resist it, or you can see it as an opportunity for a blessing. And my goodness, I had no idea that the district lines would change like they did, but I'm so grateful because I have met all of you, and I'm so proud to now call you friends and supporters. And I want to say a special thank you to Kevin for introducing me to your town, and thank you for the warm welcome, and I'm just so grateful for all that. You know me, I'm an optimist at heart. If you want to hear doom and gloom, go home and turn on your TV set. But from me, I truly believe that our best days are ahead of us. Truly, we live in the land of opportunity in Louisiana. We have natural abundant resources, God-given, the Mississippi River in our backyard. We have these amazing educational institutions, but most importantly, hard-working people people that are working in the right direction to move this state forward. I want this to be a state where our children can not only live here, but choose to live here and thrive and prosper. And I am so excited that our best days are ahead of us. Gail, this is going to be an incredible night. Thank you for cheering me on to victory. I want you to please stay, watch the results, eat the food, drink all the drinks, enjoy Tiger Stadium. God bless you all. Thank you. God bless America. All right, enjoy!
Should we go down there?
Streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Election Night coverage here on Local News Live. Battleground state Arizona closed its polls at 9 p.m. Eastern. And our Vanessa Ariza is in Phoenix. Now, Vanessa, immigration is a huge issue there. Harris has been criticized for being weak on the border. How are voters in Arizona seeing things?
Good evening to you, Deborah. You know, so many opinions on border immigration and abortion, a very hot issue here in Arizona. You know, Harris was here visiting the border back in September. You do have a number of mayors, four in fact, along the border who are in support of her. On the flip side, you have a lot of people here in Arizona who tend to lean red and say, look, immigration is an issue. Harris has been in office for 4 years as VP. Why has she not addressed this and made a change? Now, the numbers of people coming across the border, they have been down in recent months, but prior to that, years prior to that, we have seen a number of people coming into the state of Arizona illegally. Now, while she was here in September, she spoke to a crowd there saying that there is a need for resources here. And she also brought up the bipartisan deal that was struck down. She said if she is elected into office, she will revamp and bring that bipartisan bill back in place. She wants to see that move forward. Now, she doesn't negate that there is an issue here, but she says resources are needed, and that is one thing that she will focus on here in Arizona if she is elected.
And I would also just want to point out that the polls have not been closed yet in Arizona. So it's going to take a while, even if they were closed, because we know you have 2 pages of a ballot in Maricopa County. But Vanessa, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it. Rashida?
All right, let's take a quick look at Nebraska with local news live correspondent John Grinvalds. John, when it comes to electoral votes, Nebraska is different than other states across the country. Nebraska is not a winner-take-all state, just like Maine. Explain how the split works and why it matters.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Nebraska is one of 2 states in the country that splits its electoral votes. So essentially 2 votes goes to the winner of the popular vote in the state, and then the other votes are apportioned by the winner of the popular vote in each congressional district. Now we have Nebraska Congressional District 2, which is mostly comprised of urban and suburban Omaha. That's what's known as the blue dot around these parts. Last time, when Biden was up against Trump, it broke for Biden, and there was an effort by lawmakers here to get a winner-take-all system to make sure that never could happen again. Well, they failed this time. They ran out of time. They didn't have consensus in the legislature, and so this vote could very much be in play for Harris tonight.
And John, we saw a legal battle play out over felons' rights in Nebraska. Walk us through that.
Yeah, that goes back to when there was a bill passed that basically ended the waiting period for felons to vote after serving their felony sentences. Well, that was passed this year, and then the Attorney General said it was unconstitutional. The Secretary of State, rather than enforcing the law, took that under advisement, took the Attorney General's opinion, and basically refused to enforce it. That started the legal battle, and that battle has been resolved. The Supreme Court essentially has said you've got to enforce the law. Felons have the right to vote. But during those arguments, it left into question the chance for any felon of any time to vote, because the Attorney General was arguing only the executive branch could restore a felon's voting rights. But right now, people who could never vote before, people who just got out of prison, just got done serving their felony convictions, they can vote.
All right, John Grinvalds from Nebraska, thanks so much for joining us here on Local News Live and breaking that down. Let's turn now to Graham Olkins at the result desk.
Yeah, Rashida, I want to talk about this Senate race in Nebraska, too, because this one is a wild card. This one is very interesting. Dan Osborne is an independent. The Democrats decided not to run a candidate this time around. Deb Fischer seeking her 3rd term in the Senate. But right now, Dan Osborne, the independent, has the lead. He's a mechanic. He was a union leader, and apparently he's pulling some votes. About 45% of the votes in. Still a long way to go here, but Dan Osborne with the lead right now in this very interesting Senate race in Nebraska. This would be a pickup potentially for Democrats, depending on which party he would caucus with, but may caucus with the Republicans if he is the winner. We'll see if Republicans gain control.
Well, thanks so much for joining us this historic election night. Our live special coverage continues on localnewslive.com and our LNL app.
Local News Live.
What are voters looking at?
Tracking congressional races tonight.
The only network with more than 100 local newsrooms across the country. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my 3rd child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Man, it's lonely. Like, going through life lonely.
There is the therapeutic aspect of music, just expressing how you feel. I'm going to talk to Howie about his feelings, make it into a song.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is.
So if you want to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping, you have to get a trim. Right, backpack kid?
Let's do it.
First, invite your kid to do the vape talk. Let's try this. All right.
Why is he here?
Yeah, I gotta get it trending, honey.
Come on. To the left. To the right. Let's go.
Oh, honey, can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
I see a lot of your friends vaping.
Visit talkaboutvaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Thanks for watching a special edition of Local News Live Election Night 2024. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins.
All right, let's talk about those results as they continue to come in. Missouri was just called for Trump, giving him even more, 10 electoral votes. So crunch the numbers for us, Graham.
Sure, let's take a look at Missouri, and then we'll look at some of the swing states here. But on the big board, you can see the races that have been called in the darker shades here. I can highlight them for you. Missouri is the new one here that stands out among all of these races so far. So Missouri officially in the column for Donald Trump. You can see the total right here, 198 electoral college votes for Donald Trump to 99 for Kamala Harris. Looks like Montana also just populated here on the map. Montana has been called, so we will check in there. Utah also just been called for Donald Trump as the top of the hour here as these states close. Also getting the first numbers in from Arizona. Not much yet, not really much even to talk about. The blue wall, though, is less blue than last time we talked. That's a big development here. Obviously, these states are going to go back and forth as these votes come in tonight. The all-important state of Pennsylvania, about 42% of the vote in right now. Look how close. Look how close these numbers are right now. 49.6 to 49.5% of the vote in right now. Separating these two candidates, it is razor-thin margins as expected so far in Pennsylvania. Deborah?
Thank you so much, Graham. Our John Decker is in D.C. with Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign. Okay, John, we're seeing the results come in. Graham just walked us through how tight it is in Pennsylvania. How important is it for Harris to win that state?
It is so important. If you look at what has happened so far in terms of the results that have come in, you have to keep in mind that she has very few paths to get to 270 electoral college votes. One of those paths is winning in the blue wall states, winning in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That is a path that will get her exactly to 270 electoral college votes if indeed she also wins the second congressional district in Nebraska. So that is a state that you need to watch throughout the evening. Lose Pennsylvania, if you're Kamala Harris, you will likely lose the White House.
And John, I'm not going to embarrass you, but I know that you have covered a couple of presidential campaigns in the past. As we're looking at this one, with the experience that you have, we're at 198 to 99 right now. What? Give me your crystal ball. What do you see happening the rest of the night?
Just a moment ago, I was showing you Iowa with the vice president ahead.
Well, you have to keep in mind there are a lot of states that still have not been called, and just if one candidate is closer to 270, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are closer to becoming president of the United States. When you factor in California, hasn't even closed its polls just yet, and you know that California will be blue. All of those electoral votes will go to Kamala Harris. Having said that, you see the way this electoral map is breaking down as it relates to those swing states. Georgia seems to be going towards Donald Trump. North Carolina seems to be going towards Donald Trump. Not unexpected, but that narrows the path for Kamala Harris to get to 270 and puts Donald Trump in a much better pathway to get to that magic number of 270 electoral college votes.
Thank you so much for breaking that down for us, John. We'll check back in with you. Let's go to Graham now with some more results.
Yeah, Deborah, want to dive a little bit deeper into Pennsylvania specifically, because that's the one, as John just said, if Kamala Harris loses Pennsylvania, it closes the biggest and easiest path for her. So with 44% of the vote in, we want to start looking at where is the outstanding vote. With these, the vote counts very tight. Actually, Kamala Harris just briefly jumping into the lead. We take a look at some of these more populated counties. Philadelphia County, for example, only 36% of the results in. Montgomery County, another heavily populated county, only 28% of the vote in. These other collar counties, Delaware, 24%. Bucks County, 24%. So a lot of the big population centers still have a long way to go, and a lot of those votes are expected, at least, to go to Kamala Harris. Another big one we haven't talked about much yet tonight is Lancaster County. It's also a heavily populated county. It's one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's actually growing. It gave Donald Trump a big number of votes in 2020. Right now, it's leaning a little bit toward Kamala Harris, but just again, about 37% of the vote cast. So again, once it gets a little later, we start to see where the outstanding votes are, and then if that gives the candidate, which candidate, a better path at potentially winning. Rashida?
All right, those votes still trickling in. Stick with us for the latest. Let's go ahead and bring in Peter Zampa, our senior national correspondent. He's with former President Donald Trump's campaign in Florida. Peter, what is it like there on the ground? What are you hearing?
Well, Rashida, the energy continuing to pick up. I mean, they just went through a slew of current results that we're seeing file in, and each one looking better than the last for Donald Trump. Now, what these folks won't admit to is that it is very early. I mean, think back to 2020. Donald Trump had a pretty sizable lead in a lot of these key states at this point in the night, and then we know how that all turned out. Now, I'm not saying the results will file in just like 2020 this year, but it just shows you patience is a virtue. But don't tell that to these folks. All of these results showing Pennsylvania close, showing these leads in Georgia, North Carolina, definitely bringing the energy levels up here in Palm Beach County.
And as we know, this is Donald Trump's third time running for the White House. What is he promising to do should he serve a second term?
Well, top of line is the economy and immigration. Let's start with immigration. He says that maybe on day one, he'll begin the largest mass deportation campaign in U.S. history. And that really plays with a lot of these immigration hardliners who think that crime is up because of illegal immigrants filing into this country. He's playing into those fears of Americans, promising that on day one. And not on the economy. He's promising tariffs, really playing up this made in America narrative that he likes to, is saying that if you're not making your product in America, it's going to cost a lot of money for you to bring it into the U.S. Economists say that's not a good idea. That's always passed on the consumer, but this plays well with Trump's base and those folks who rely on these jobs that create things in America. He's also promising tax cuts for corporations, really hammering home that economic message that has made him so popular for a lot of Americans.
You know, Peter, this has been an interesting election cycle like no other. There have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump. We've seen ballot boxes burned. Political violence, top of mind for so many people. How has the Trump campaign responded?
Well, the Trump campaign continues to talk about the political violence we're seeing. I mean, just getting in here today, the security, more insane than we've ever seen it. And a lot of folks of the media I talked to have covered these things for a long, long time, said the same. But they continue to say that the rhetoric is too negative on the other side, bringing up the term fascist or fascism quite often. But Donald Trump's rhetoric is equally divisive. He attacks Democrats nonstop, just last night, going after former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi with a lot of negative language. Same thing for Kamala Harris. He's called her a fascist, just like she called him a fascist. So this language is going both ways, and I think we can all agree the political temperature, the discourse right now is just very, very hot.
Yeah, we know the former president will be there joining you guys soon. We'll check back in with you a little bit later on. Peter Zampa from West Palm Beach, Florida. For now, you're watching special coverage of Local News Live, Election Night 2024. You're taking a look at the United States Capitol. We have more real-time results in 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Breaking news here on Local News Live. Breaking news out of Georgia, where Fulton County DA Fani Willis has won re-election. She is overseeing former President Donald Trump's election interference case. Fani Willis has won re-election. We also have breaking news from the board, Graham. What are we seeing?
Some new results, another state called, this one going to Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the board. It is Colorado. Not a surprise here necessarily, although Republicans had thought maybe they stood a bit of a chance in Colorado. You'll recall Donald Trump went to Aurora outside of Denver to highlight what he says was an immigration problem there in Aurora. But tonight, with under 50% reporting, safe enough to call Colorado for Kamala Harris. So that is some more votes, 10 more to be exact, in her column tonight. We're also getting our first results coming in out of Arizona. Already about 34% of the votes counted. Maricopa, by far the largest county in the state, already 54% counted in Maricopa. So some progress there in Maricopa County. Kamala Harris with a slight edge over Donald Trump. Also looking at Pinal County, this is a more Republican-leaning county, and we're seeing that play out with Donald Trump leading in Pinal County, but it'll be all eyes on Maricopa as the night wears on. Deborah?
Thank you so much, Graham. Well, Pennsylvania, obviously the prize. It's front and center with 19 electoral votes, the most of all of the battleground states. So let's go there right now and talk to our Molly Martinez, who's in Philadelphia. So, Molly, Trump's campaign sued election officials in Bucks County. Why?
Yes. So there's been a lot of drama, and we talked a little bit earlier about how litigious the Trump campaign is. We saw it in 2020, and we're seeing it now again. He sued Bucks County because there were long lines for mail-in voting, and so he sued to extend it because he said people were getting turned away. And Bucks County is a county that he really needs to win. So they launched this lawsuit. They extended early voting until Friday so that people could get their mail-in ballots.
Now, election workers aren't allowed to process mail ballots until Election Day. There's been a lot of mail-in ballot drama. Walk us through this.
There has. There have been a lot of legal challenges so far. There have been a lot of questions about mail-in ballots from overseas. So all of those are being processed right now through the legal system. Whether or not it's going to be enough to move the pendulum, right now there are about 4,000 ballots in question that are overseas ballots. There's also some drama around dating ballots and whether or not those should be counted. So there are a lot of legal things that could gum up the system here. And as we talked earlier, Pennsylvania has a very unique system in which they can't begin to count mail-in ballots until polls close. So already they're going to get a huge onslaught of those ballots that they have to count immediately in a very expedited way. Governor Josh Shapiro says that they are equipped to do so, but they are sort of bracing for potential problems.
It could take a little while. I also want to ask you about the Senate race. David McCormick looking to unseat Senator Bob Casey. Casey's been in office since 2007, but this race is a toss-up, and you don't always see that with an incumbent who's been there so long. So why is it so close?
Yes. This is an extremely expensive race. According to federal elections filings, about $300 million have already been poured into this race. And a lot of that money is coming from outside super PACs. I spoke with voters about this race, and they say that it really echoes the Mehmet Oz, John Fetterman race that we saw last election cycle. It's someone from Pennsylvania and also sort of an outside influence that has a lot of money, that's self-funded. And so they're seeing a lot of parallels between those two races. The McCormick is trying to paint Casey as a career politician who has lost touch with Pennsylvanians. Casey is trying to paint McCormick as a carpetbagger who's using outside money to come into Pennsylvania and buy a Senate seat. It is a very close race. Many eyes are on that because, as we all know, the balance of power in the Senate hangs on just a few of these very vulnerable seats.
All right, Molly Martinez, I know we're going to be checking in with you time and time again throughout the night, so don't get sick of us. Appreciate it. Yes. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live. Election 2024, more real-time results.
Oh, look I can see silhouettes of all of our closest friends. Thank you so much for being here, being a part of it. I'm going to ask my kids to come up. Hannah and Cody and where's Abby and Will? Will, come up here, buddy. Okay, come on. Thank y'all so much for bearing with us tonight. I've been in the war room here. I'm having to manage about 250 races around the country tonight. I want to tell you we feel really good about that. But yeah. One of the reasons that we feel so good is because we're so happy to see all of you. And it's been too long. I've been away a bit this year. We had a few things going on. But we're so grateful that you're here tonight. I don't know if you know this, but they called our race, so I've just been reelected again. Some of y'all come over here and even this out. Look, this is a roughshod production tonight because we've had a few things going on. And I just want to tell you, we're so honored to be serving Louisiana's 4th Congressional District again. It's been the honor of a lifetime to serve my hometown here and the surrounding district. After redistricting, our 4th District now encompasses almost 800,000 people. We've got 20 parishes, 5 media markets, and it goes from the Arkansas state line almost to the Gulf of Mexico. So it's the best part of America. I keep telling everybody. Exactly right. We could not do this without the prayers and the encouragement, the friendship, the support of all of you and people all over the state, and that's what has sustained us in what has been the craziest, most unexpected year of our lives. I don't know if you realize this, but being Speaker of the House was not on our bucket list. We didn't know this was going to happen, and it did. 10 years ago, I was just practicing law here. I had no idea that we were going to get into politics. I had no idea. It wasn't even in our imagination that we'd be elected to Congress, much less for a 5th term to Congress. And I certainly didn't have Speaker of the House on the bingo card, okay? A lot of reasons for that, but it happened, and we've been called to this service, and we've taken it very seriously, because how many of you know our nation's in very serious times right now? And we got to have steady hands at the wheel, and that's what we've tried to do in these unprecedented, uncharted waters in which we find ourselves. There's never before been a speaker change in the middle of a Congress, ever, in the whole history of the country. And there's never before been a Speaker of the House elected from the state of Louisiana. So that's kind of cool. It's been a wild ride for us. I have had to travel the state, of course, and get reelected and take care of all the issues and things here. But then we also had to travel the country, because the Speaker of the House's job is to ensure that we keep and grow our House majority, and that we get really qualified candidates in these races to flip some of the blue seats to red. Can I give you a good report tonight? I think that's exactly what's going to happen, okay? They gave me the stats today. This morning I was in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the most important swing states. I did 2 of our key districts there the day before. I did 2 districts in Virginia with our candidates. We've been all over the place. In fact, they told me the stats. As of this morning, I led 342 campaign events in 260 cities across 40 states. And I traveled enough miles to circle the globe 5.5 times. That's what I did in the last 11 months. Yeah. President Trump told me, he said, Mike, we got to leave it all on the field. And we did. We left it all on the field. Some of you know I was 4 inches taller when I got this job. They beat me down mercilessly. We're going to keep going. We could not have done it without your help. And I just want to specifically thank the love of my life, Kelly Johnson. We made 25 years marriage this year. I said, boy, if we survive this one, this will be the big one. She made an awesome bio video that broke tonight. I don't know. It was so good. We didn't get to see it, but maybe one day you will. And it was so kind, and she's been the perfect helpmate to me along the way. She is super talented. She is the talent in the family, and yeah, thank you. Thank you. And because we didn't have enough going on this year, we had a marriage in the family. That seemed like a great idea. Hannah and Cody got married in June. What a brilliant timing that was, guys. We're so glad to have Cody in the family. We've known him since 6th grade. He's a good guy, and they've started their lives. Hannah's about to finish law school, and Abby over here is working in Washington, D.C. now, graduated and going to go to law school. And then Will is our family mascot. Thank you, Will, for taking care of it. Yes. Jack's not here tonight because he's a freshman at the Naval Academy. And so keep him in your prayers. He made the boxing team. I said, son, can we do the rowing team? We don't break our nose 10 times. Anyway, we'll see where that goes. Look, I have to give a lot of thanks, too, to the team. I have the best team in the country. They serve this district so well. I can't even begin to name them all tonight because I think I've got 120 employees now, because that's what it takes to manage all the job of the speaker. But here in the district, they're hard at work, and they take care of our veterans and our farmers and our small business owners and the churches and the families and all the needs that everybody has with the federal government. And they provide the best constituent services. I hear it all the time. People call and text me and stop me when I'm on the road, say, your team is so awesome. And I am so, so grateful to every single one of them for getting the job done. Top-notch constituent service is what the people need and deserve, and we're providing it. We are trying to transport Louisiana's values to the swamp, the real swamp in D.C. And you know what those values are. We believe in the founding principles of the country. We believe in the ideas of faith and family and freedom, and we're trying to live that out every day. And it's not always welcomed in the nation's capital, but it's very important for us to do that. I think that what we're trying to preserve ultimately is the American dream. It's only in America that something like this would be be possible. And I'm so grateful for all of you for helping us along the way. We got a lot of work to do. And I want to tell you what I believe. We're watching everything very closely tonight. It may be a long night. I think in a little bit we're going to go to Mar-a-Lago, I think, and be down there with President Trump. But I think at the end of the day, at the end of the night, when they tabulate all this, I am very hopeful that we're going to have not only a larger majority in the House to make my job easier, but we retake the Senate and the White House as well. I think that's what's going to happen. Listen, when we win this thing, and I think we will, and not to put the cart before the horse, but we're going to be prepared to lead, because we are facing the greatest collection of challenges that our country has faced probably since World War II, if not the Civil War. We're on the verge of World War III. You have our adversaries that have seen weakness projected on the world stage. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea are actually coordinating together right now. These are very serious times, and we have to take it seriously. And you need serious leaders, and you need a new direction. Everywhere I've been around the country, and I told you how many cities and places and events I've done, everybody's fed up and fired up. They're fed up about the cost of living and the rising crime rates and the wide open border and the weakness on the world stage. But we have the solutions to all that. And when Republicans regain control, which we pray tonight that that's what's going to happen, we're going to have the most aggressive first 100 days agenda that anybody's seen in a modern era. And we got to fix everything, everything. I want to tell you, I was with President Trump backstage. I said this on Fox and Friends this morning. I hope y'all weren't up that early, but we did a little thing in a cafe in Pennsylvania, and I told him a story very quickly. I was backstage at the Washington Hilton about 7 or 8 weeks ago with President Trump, and he was crisscrossing the country, and I was doing the same. We're going to different swing states, covering all the bases. We touched gloves in the green room at the hotel, because he had just spoken at a ballroom full of people, and I'd done another event. We were talking about everything. I think by my count, he had done 5 events that day in I think 3 different states. It's about 10:45 at night. We're sitting in the green room talking, and his staff comes in, taps him on the shoulder, says, "Mr. President, we got to go. Your pilots are going to time out on Trump Force 1, which means he'd have to stay grounded. Can't stay grounded." So he stands up and he buttons his coat, and he's about to walk out of the room. And I said, "Mr. President, I just want to say, your stamina is so inspiring to me and to all of us. Mr. President, you didn't have to do this. You had a great life, right? Why would you even subject yourself to this again? You know, I mean, they've been attacking you since you came down the golden escalator. They have engaged in lawfare. They've just tried to destroy your reputation and your family. They've brought you to court, and they've even taken actual shots at you, sir. And I just want to say it inspires me." And he unbuttoned his coat, got real serious, sat back down on the edge of the chair, and leaned in on his knees, and he said, "Mike," I'm not going to do it in his voice. He said, "Mike, we got to leave it all on the field." He said, "Because what if we lost? We'd never be able to forgive ourselves. What if we could have done one more event, one more rally, shaken one more hand?" He said, "I told my staff to book out every hour of every day between now and the election, because we got to leave it all on the field." I said, "Mr. President, you're right." He buttoned his coat up and left. The next morning, I had all the House Republicans together. We do a weekly breakfast together. And I told them that story. And I said, if our nominee for president can give that level of commitment, if he can leave it all on the field, then every single one of us has to do the same. And that's what our colleagues have been doing around the country. That's exactly right. All of us have to do that, because we're fighting for freedom. I want to introduce somebody else, another special guest, and this is a great honor to us. But in the House of Representatives, there's Speaker of the House, and you have Majority Leader. That's Steve Scalise. By the way, first time in history any state has had the top 2 officers at the same time. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And then we have the whip, that's Tom Emmer, Minnesota. And then we have the conference chair. So the leader of the House Republican Conference is Elise Stefanik of New York. You probably heard of Elise. Yeah, she's pretty famous. Well, guess what? She's in Shreveport with us tonight. Elise, come up here, will you? Elise Stefanik, everybody. She is here celebrating with us, and she's a very important person. You might have seen her little video where she took down the Ivy League presidents on their anti-Semitism. Oh yeah. It's only been seen by 2.2 billion people. It's the most watched congressional hearing of all time. So you might want to get her autograph before she leaves tonight. But we're grateful to have you, and y'all show her a little Louisiana hospitality tonight. I know you will. So look, it's too early to call everything, but we're very optimistic. I mean, it looks good. I've been in the war room. I'm calling the candidates as they're calling the races. All of our friends were congratulating them. We got some awesome people joining the conference. We got new members coming in, and I think we're going to have many more. So it's going to be a good night, and I think ultimately, I pray, I believe that God's not done with America yet. I think he's going to give us another chance. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Listen, at the end of the day, Ronald Reagan used to remind us of a number of things, and he said freedom is not inherited in the bloodstream. It's got to be fought for and protected. It's got to be taught and passed along to the next generation so that our children and our grandchildren can have the same liberty and opportunity and security that we have known. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, we are so, so grateful to all of you. We couldn't imagine to do anything like this without your help. That's a drone. That's not a threat, I don't think. We're a little watchful tonight. They said, sir, you can't do it in open air. Oh, it'll be fine at Shreveport. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, we're bullish about the future. I believe America's best days are ahead of us. And we're going to keep our steady hands at the wheel. We're going to dig in and do the work. And we have a great team to get that done. Will you keep the whole of Congress in your prayers? Will you keep the president, whoever wins, keep them in your prayers? Because I believe we can turn this thing around and we can keep this great nation that God has blessed us with. Thank y'all so much for being a part of this tonight. We appreciate you so much. God bless you. Yeah. Thank you so much. So we got a lot more food and stuff, and we're going to be monitoring the races, and I'll be in and out. But let's see. Let's keep our fingers crossed and keep praying. God bless you. Thank you for being here.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Election results pouring in as voters decide who's going to be our 47th president. You're watching Local News Live, Election Night. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins.
Now we are seeing those numbers just continue to move, but we cannot forget that 270 is really what we're looking at. So 198, 112, that's not quite the number quite yet. We're waiting on those 7 battleground states. Any movement there?
Let's check in on all the battlegrounds, shall we? Here, let's start in Pennsylvania. That is the big prize of the night. Just over half of the vote in. A slight edge for Donald Trump tonight, but that doesn't mean anything. It could be a long night here in Pennsylvania. It could be a long few days as the vote is counted in Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania leaning slightly toward Donald Trump. Michigan leaning slightly, very slightly toward Kamala Harris at this point. As we are taking a look here, only 22% of the vote counted so far. So again, a long way to go in Michigan. Could be a very late night of vote counting there in Michigan. Slight edge, Harris. That's looking Wisconsin. Slight edge, Donald Trump here in Wisconsin with about half of the vote counted right now. So a lot more vote to come in. Again, we've got to stress it. Door County, remember that's that county, that's the bellwether. It's at 75% reporting. It's slightly going toward Donald Trump right now. Take that for what it's worth or for what you will, but that's the bellwether county of Door. All right, let's go to North Carolina, where it is definitely a bit more of an advantage for Donald Trump with 75% of the vote in. Donald Trump with a healthy lead over Kamala Harris here, making it harder for her to come back and close that gap. Let's go to Georgia as we round out our swing states here. Almost. Also a pretty healthy lead for Donald Trump here in this very tight state, almost at 88%. And then rounding out, we have Arizona, about half of the vote count in. Look how tight this is, 49.7 to 49.5%. Very tight race here in Arizona, and still awaiting results in Nevada, our final swing state with those 6 electoral college votes. But again, it's that blue wall that we'll see if that holds or falls. Deborah?
Thank you so much, Graham. Of course, we're checking in with our reporters on the ground, and of course, got to talk to our senior national correspondent, Peter Zampa, who's in West Palm Beach with former President Donald Trump's campaign. You know, we're getting these numbers in, Peter, and it looks like, the former president is doing well right now. Of course, we've got a long time before we have all of the results. Any indication of how the campaign's feeling this hour?
Yeah, Deborah, I'm in contact with them, and the line is optimism, of course. Look at this current picture. Donald Trump faring very well in every single battleground state. In a couple of them, he appears to be pulling away. But as you said, it's very early. But as we discussed earlier, these folks behind me, you can't tell them that. Every time a new poll or a new race alert shows up on the screens there, they erupt in applause. The energy is really starting to pick up around here. It really is starting to feel like more of a celebration, but it's still way too soon for that kind of talk.
It is way too soon, you're right. We're also keeping our eye on the blue wall. Let's say, just for the heck of it, that Kamala Harris ends up taking the blue wall. What has Trump said about accepting the results if he doesn't win?
Well, Deborah, he hasn't said much as far as giving a definitive answer, but he's alluded to certain things. We've heard him say a number of times throughout this campaign that he believes if he does lose, it's only because the Democrats stole it. Now, obviously, that kind of language really divides the country. It hurts election workers who make sure that they administer these free and fair elections. I spoke to a number of them who have said, the threats have really ramped up because of this kind of talk, because of this kind of misinformation. But Donald Trump has clearly been laying the groundwork for what he thinks could be a stolen election, but there's just no evidence to bear that out, and there was none in 2020 either.
Well, we have to wait and see because, again, these results are coming in and we don't have from a couple of key battleground states. Thank you so much, Peter Zampa. We'll come back to you. Let's send it on over to Graham now. What are you looking at this moment?
We're tracking some Senate races for you, Deborah, right now. Let's look in Virginia, where Tim Kaine, the incumbent former vice presidential candidate, he is barely leading here over Hung Cao with about 70% of the vote in. Tim Kaine, it was doing a bit better in the polling. We'll see if he can hold on tonight. We did have a race just called in Missouri. Let's see if I can find Missouri. There's Missouri. Josh Hawley reelected as the Republican senator there from Missouri, winning with about 52% of the vote. And that's still under half of the vote counted, but a wide enough lead that Josh Hawley safely wins re-election. Of course, we're watching some of the other more swing races tonight. That's Tammy Baldwin versus Eric Hovde in Wisconsin so far. Tammy Baldwin is a very slight lead with just over half of the vote counted. Texas, we're seeing Ted Cruz pull away from Colin Allred right now. Here in Texas, 71% of the vote counted. Ted Cruz with a healthy lead, Rashida, over Colin Allred.
A race we'll continue to keep our eye on. Let's go ahead and turn now to John Decker in D.C., covering Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign from Howard University, her alma mater. John, Harris has had one of the shortest campaign elections in history, a little more than 100 days. Do you think it's helped or hurt her?
Well, it certainly is not helpful in terms of having to introduce yourself to voters that may not be familiar with her personal story, and that is something that she needed to do right away. She did it at the convention, of course, but you're talking about someone who's been in the shadow of Joe Biden for nearly 3.5+ years, so that doesn't help matters to start with. Really unusual. We haven't seen anything like this. A nominee becoming a party's nominee so late in the cycle, and of course that all happened because President Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race in mid-July.
And John, minutes ago, we just got word into our newsroom that Kamala Harris won Washington, D.C. How did the crowd there react?
And to the people who did not.
Well, you have to figure that Washington, D.C. is not a battleground state by any stretch of the imagination. It typically gives the Democrat who's at the top of the ticket 92% of the vote. So that is to be expected. Anytime there is a positive bit of news for the vice president, certainly the crowd here reacts positively. We've seen that in a number of the blue states, the so-called blue states that have been called for Kamala Harris thus far. That was the case with the 3 electoral votes that D.C. represents.
Again, you're at Howard University. Harris's campaign is there alongside you. Why is it so important for her to have her watch party at her alma mater?
Well, she had some options in terms of where to have this event. It could have been her home state of California. That would have been unusual to be out on the West Coast when so many states, the polls close on the East Coast. In addition to that, it could have been in Philadelphia, battleground state, or in Wilmington, Delaware, where her campaign is based. But she ultimately decided to have it here at the place where she graduated college in HBCU. You see the reaction of the crowd coming in here, so proud of the fact that an alum is the Democratic Party nominee and possibly the next president of the United States.
Yeah, we know classes have been closed there at Howard University this week. We see that crowd getting thicker by the minute. John, thanks so much. Let's turn now to Graham Olkins at the result desk.
Rashida, look how tight it is in Arizona right now with half of the vote in. Out of 2 million votes cast almost, 1,000 votes separate Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Just incredibly tight here in Arizona tonight. As expected, a big independent streak in Arizona as far as the voters go, but we'll see. Maricopa County still only about just over half the vote in so far. Pima County here, Tucson, same story, about 50% of the vote in so far. Kamala Harris leading there, but just it doesn't get any closer to this. 1,000 votes out of almost 2 million cast. Deborah.
Thank you, Graham. Well, let's go now to our battleground state. I'm going to talk to Vanessa Ariza, who's in Arizona for us right now. I mean, Vanessa, just 1,000 votes between the two. The polls closing there. What are the numbers? What do you think these numbers are really telling us at this moment?
Well, Deborah, we knew that this was going to be a toss-up, and the numbers are a perfect example as we watch it by the minutes, by the seconds for that matter. It has been toggling between Harris and Trump. I would say maybe 3 minutes ago, Harris was leading by a very, very thin margin, but she was leading. You come back to me about 3 minutes later, and we see it at 49.6% for both of them. It is a dead tie right now. So that just shows just how much up in the air that this election season is, with our state truly being one of the swing states. Now, on the flip side, I do want to talk about the Senate seat. You have Ruben Gallego, who is challenging Carrie Lake. That seems to be a very wide margin. Nearly 8% Gallego is in the lead. And so we have got half of those votes already in. So you're seeing more of a wide margin there with the Senate seat than you are with the presidential seat here. So we knew that this was going to be a very tight race. Those numbers are proving it and showing it right now. And I'm sure throughout the evening into tomorrow, and for the days for that matter, we will continue to see that.
And Arizona, a very important battleground state. I want to ask you about Carrie Lake because she has never conceded the governor's race. Has she said anything about being able to accept the results of this race if she loses?
Right. No, she hasn't, Deborah. She has actually kind of skirted around that issue on 2 different occasions, really. Let's go back to October when she had the debate with Ruben Gallego. They were talking about clean energy, water systems. And at one point, Gallego had asked Lake, he said, I will give you time. I will give you a minute to explain and say whether or not you lost the election years ago. And she said, can we just talk about water? So that's just one example where she hasn't definitively said that she lost that race.
We're so lucky to have our correspondents across the country, and you, Vanessa, in Arizona. You know this so well. Thank you so much. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. And as we go to break, you're taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol. We'll have more real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at WeSaySaveIt.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to our special election night coverage here on Local News Live. Wisconsin is one of 7 battleground states that could decide who wins the presidency. Jason Zimmerman is reporting from our newsroom in Green Bay. Jason, Trump flipped Wisconsin back in 2016, but Biden painted it back blue the last presidential election. Any indication which way it's leaning this year?
At this point, it appears to be leaning towards Trump, or at least the Trump campaign is very positive right now in regards to the results we're seeing in the state. Trump himself is overperforming in certain areas of the Green Bay and the Fox Valley area, this part of the state up here, and in all the rural areas, he's exceeding expectations tonight, while Kamala Harris isn't quite meeting expectations in the all-important Dane County, 84% of the vote in there. Normally, she would like to be up to 80%. She's only doing about 73% right now. So that's just a little bit below expectations. So when you put all that together, we could have a very good night for Donald Trump in Wisconsin. Now, I will point out that one of the other big areas for Democratic votes is in Milwaukee. Let me put that on there right now. 52% of the vote is in, but I have been told that there have been some problems tabulating absentee votes down there that could delay the process up till 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, depending on how long it takes them to process another 34,000 votes that have to be retabulated tonight because of a mistake.
Yeah, and we know it's not just the presidential race that's front and center. We're talking Senate races. Wisconsin also has one of the most competitive ones right now in the country. Give us the latest on the Tammy Baldwin-Eric Hovde face-off.
A very competitive race, and we've had all kinds of money dumped into this race on both sides. The voters have been bombarded by TV ads. The interesting thing right now, though, is that when I look at the board, you do have Eric Hovde having just a slight lead still at this point, at least if that's still the case here. Let me go back to it. Yes, Tammy Baldwin has pulled ahead. Eric Hovde was ahead a short time ago. And so you do have an indication that there are split ticket voters out there, and that has been the case in past elections. 2 years ago, Democrat Governor Tony Evers won Wisconsin, and so did Republican Senator Ron Johnson. So there is a certain degree of people tonight voting for Trump and Tammy Baldwin across the state if these numbers hold up.
Wow, just a 1% difference at this hour. Jason Zimmerman from our station in Green Bay, thanks so much. Let's turn now to Graham with the latest.
At the results desk here, we have a couple of results to share with you. Iowa has been called for Donald Trump. Remember that poll from the Des Moines Register out this weekend that had Kamala Harris ahead? That's not materializing here in Iowa tonight. With about 60% of the vote in, Donald Trump has secured Iowa with enough of a lead that the Associated Press calling Iowa for Donald Trump. Similar story here in Kansas. Kansas has also gone toward Donald Trump. So we will be, of course, watching this in the Midwest to see if any of these trends kind of creep up toward Minnesota, expected to go blue tonight, and then also the crucial swing state, though, of Wisconsin, where we just saw Jason. So we are tracking that. We do have one other result for you here. It looks like in Maine, if I can get this to pull up, maybe not, but yeah, there we go. There is this one electoral college vote in District 1 of Maine. That goes to Kamala Harris into her column, but again, should not be a deal breaker or anything that has a lot of impact tonight. You can see Donald Trump still leading, but those battlegrounds yet to be called. Camila?
Some breaking news here out of Colorado, where voters approve an amendment enshrining protections to abortion. Now, it's already legal there at every single stage, but what this ballot measure that passed does, is it repeals a ban on state and local funding for the procedure, and it allows Medicaid and some government health insurance to cover the procedure. Now, we're following abortion ballot measures all across the country. There are 10 of them, this just one state. Let's go to our Deborah Alfarone.
Thank you so much, Camila. And we're going to go to Texas to one of the most competitive Senate races in the country. Senator Ted Cruz against Democratic challenger Colin Allred. Our Katie Opperly is with the Cruz campaign now. Katie, what's going on? This race is very tight. Has it been called yet? Where are we at?
You'll have to excuse me if I didn't hear your entire question. It is quite the scene here in Houston at the watch party for Senator Ted Cruz as he faces off against opponent Colin Allred. This has been a highly contested race. The last time that Senator Cruz was up for election in 2018, he fell within just 3 percentage points of the vote, less than 3 percentage points of votes. And then looking at this year, it's been a similar story of staying within just a couple of percentage points until later this evening, when Senator Ted Cruz has seemed to pull away from Colin Allred. He just took the stage moments ago to address his supporters this evening, and he touched on 3 large topics that he says are his goal heading into the next 6 years when and if elected as the senator once again. After achieving re-election, he said that he, top of mind, wants to secure the border. He says that this is more than just a dream. He wants to do it with a border wall. He went on to say that his next priority is Texas energy. He said that they need to reinforce oil and gas and talk more about what the potentials are for Texas energy. And third, he talked about protecting God-given rights. He's talking about freedom of speech and protecting the American people from what he says so that they can continue to have their God-given rights. Those were the 3 points that he's really stressing tonight amid his supporters here in Houston as we are currently at his watch party.
Katie Opperly in Houston for us. Thank you so much for that report. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. And as we go to break here, you're taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol. Of course, the balance of power. We're going to figure that out tonight, too. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
evening to you. I'm Jennifer Andrews. It is 9:57 and we continue our updates on this election day. Well, House Speaker Mike Johnson of Shreveport is the projected winner. He was seeking re-election in the redrawn 4th District. Well, that includes Union and Lincoln Parish along with parts of Ouachita Parish. His challenger was Republican Joshua Murat. And in the redrawn 5th District, incumbent Congresswoman Julia Letlow is the projected winner. She was seeking re-election as well. Now, her challengers included Betty Mendoza and Michael Valiant. We will check in with her watch party going on in Baton Rouge later on. Meantime, the Ouachita Parish Clerk of Court's office says voting numbers were up late today. Well, despite the weather, many precincts had between 300 and more than 400 voters. We checked on downtown West Monroe to see if businesses saw a change in foot traffic due to Election Day and rain.
This is sort of an atypical Tuesday. Tuesday is usually a very busy day for the shop, but with the rain and school being out and people voting, there has not been the usual traffic on Antique Alley today.
And we're told after 5 p.m., polling locations began to see a spike in voters. Moving now to some mayoral races in Ridgecrest. Connie Adair is the projected winner with nearly 61% of the vote. Her challenger, Veller Ray Carroll, got just over 39%. In Jonesboro, voters said yes to a proposition to fund the Fire Protection District. That's with nearly 73% of the vote. In Quitman, voters also approved a proposition involving a fire protection district. 64% said yes. All right, that's our update for now, but we will see you back here in 2 minutes for KNOE 8 News, live at 10.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
You're watching a special edition of Local News Live Election Night 2024. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins. As we are continuing to track these swing states, the blue wall is not looking very blue right now.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's what we mean when we're talking about the blue wall. But you're right, it's not looking very blue. So what's it look like, Graham?
Let's dive in. Let's see why that is and where the remaining votes are. So let's look at Pennsylvania first. 67% of the vote in Donald Trump with a bit of an edge right now. But if we look at the population center of Philadelphia and the suburbs, Philadelphia County at about 60% reporting. Delaware County, a long way to go, only at 40%. Montgomery County, the most populous of the suburban counties here, at just under 50%. Bucks County at about 45%. Kamala Harris with a slight edge there. If you look in Montgomery County, she's doing better. If you look in Delaware County, she's also doing better there. If we look at Lancaster County, they are just about 80%. So another populous county, Donald Trump doing well in Lancaster County, and that is benefiting him. If we look at the bellwether county of Erie, this is the one that's flip-flopped back and forth. 2016 for Donald Trump, 2020 to Joe Biden. You can see that Kamala Harris is leading with about 50% of the vote, again, in this bellwether county. And then we can look at Michigan and Wisconsin very quickly here. Still a lot of votes to be counted here in Michigan, so this doesn't mean a lot right now. But if you look in Wayne County, where Detroit is, virtually no votes counted in Detroit yet. So a big chunk of those will likely go to Kamala Harris in Wayne County. And then in Wisconsin, about 60% of the vote in. If we look in Milwaukee, still about half of the vote to come in. So there are still lots of things that could change as these big population centers come in. And Deborah, before I send it back to you, a couple of race calls here. No surprises out here on the West Coast. Oregon voting for Kamala Harris with its 12 Electoral College votes. And of course, the behemoth, California, with 54 Electoral College votes. You can see the map is very slowly filling in. Texas with the 40 also going to Donald Trump. We're getting somewhere. We're getting some results, but we still probably won't have an answer that everyone is looking for tonight, Deborah.
You're probably right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Graham. Well, White House correspondent John Decker is in D.C. covering Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign. As we just talked to Graham, the blue wall not looking so blue. And I'm wondering, John, what's the mood like there right now?
But that's less than a third of the vote.
Well, there's very little to cheer here at Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters, the place where she ultimately will be making a speech to her supporters. A few moments ago, CNN called California for Harris. That led to a huge cheer from her supporters here. But as you know, the map does not look good for her. You pointed out the blue wall states, and you see the vice president trailing in the battleground state of Pennsylvania by around 116,000 votes. That does not look good. She seems to be underperforming where Joe Biden performed just 4 years ago in each of these blue wall states, Deborah.
Oh, but of course, Biden had a longer time to get his message out, and certainly he's been a career politician. Do you think that having 100 days, and I think I know the answer here, was it enough time perhaps for Harris to get her message out? Of course, the night is still young, but I wonder what you think.
The night's still young. It's still not clear what's going to happen in each of those blue wall states. It doesn't look good right now, but lots of votes still need to be counted. That being said, Deborah, I don't think it was just simply a matter of the 100 plus days that she had to run for president. It's also the fact that she is tied to Joe Biden, an unpopular president, and this is the Biden-Harris administration. So all the good is attached to the vice president, all of the bad is attached to the vice president, and perhaps that's the reason why she's underperforming where Joe Biden performed in some of these swing states 4 years ago.
John Decker with the insight. Thank you so much, John. We're going to send it on over to Graham.
All right, Deborah, I want to update some of the Senate races. We haven't hit those in a little bit. This is one of the ones that Republicans are really banking on tonight. And right now, Bernie Moreno in Ohio is leading over Sherrod Brown with a pretty healthy lead with almost 90% of the votes counted here. So Sherrod Brown in danger. He is the incumbent of losing his seat tonight in the U.S. Senate. If they're able to pick up this seat, Republicans, that would give them the majority tonight in the Senate because they've already won West Virginia with Jim Justice taking that seat as a Republican. So that's one that we're watching. Pennsylvania is another one that we're watching. Very tight margins here, but Dave McCormick, the Republican, is in the lead over the incumbent here, Bob Casey, longtime senator from Pennsylvania. But only about 70% of the vote in, and as I was just pointing out, still a lot of vote to come from the big population centers. So there is room for Bob Casey to make a comeback here. And then we're also watching Montana. Not enough vote in to make any big determinations here, but John Tester is now losing to Tim Sheehy with just about 6% of the vote in. Rashida?
All right, let's turn our attention back to the presidential race. Senior national correspondent Peter Zampa is live with the Trump campaign in Florida. Peter, we are watching these states get redder and redder. What is it about Trump that might be landing with voters across the country right now? Again, we don't have any of those swing states yet.
Yeah, Rashida, we want to temper expectations for everyone. These folks behind me are certainly getting their hopes up. But at the end of the day, if you want to bring up one topic, you could say it's the economy, stupid. That cliche line that we've heard time and time again. When voters go to the polls, oftentimes they vote with their pocketbooks. And right now, this Biden administration, this Biden-Harris administration has struggled to get their economic message to a point that really resonates with Americans. And that's because prices are still a little bit too high at places like the grocery store or the gas pump. Even though the fundamentals of this economy are actually in a very good place right now, it hasn't resonated with a lot of voters. And so Donald Trump knew that that was something he could easily run on that would hit the kitchen table for all of these Americans. And if he wins tonight, that could easily be a big reason why.
And And again, just speculating, I know Donald Trump is on his way to that watch party where you are, but is it likely that he's going to have a victory speech tonight, even though we don't have those swing states?
Yeah, Rashida, we'll see what direction he takes with this. Because the picture looks so positive for him right now, will he measure expectations or measure his tone and say, hey, things are looking great, don't want to say anything just yet? Almost a backhanded way of saying, yeah, we have this thing in the bag, but I want Kamala Harris to call me first. We'll see if it gets to that point or if he outright declares victory like he did in 2020. But in 2020, he declared victory when the picture started to turn on him. So if this picture remains pretty positive for Donald Trump, who knows if he declares premature victory or if he lets this thing play out until the very end.
All right, still waiting for those numbers on the map to fill in. Senior national correspondent Peter Zampa, thanks so much. Deborah?
Thank you, Rashida. Let's go now to Battleground, Arizona, where our Vanessa Ariza is in Phoenix, covering this for us all night. What is the latest there right now?
Deborah, still back and forth. The last time we spoke just about 20 minutes ago, it was neck and neck, a literal tie between Harris and Trump. Within those few minutes, that has changed, but ever so slightly. Trump still in the lead, but a very minimal margin by 0.2%. We have 50% of the votes that are in. But as we have been seeing since those numbers have dropped around 8 o'clock Arizona time, is that this is a toggle back and forth. We knew that this was going to be a very thin margin. Those numbers, they are proving it by the minutes, by the seconds. Now, on the flip side, on the Senate side, that's a different story. You have Ruben Gallego and Carrie Lake. That has a wider margin there, with Gallego taking the lead. Again, about 49-50% of those votes in, with Lake sitting at about 45%, Gallego sitting at about 52%. So we have a better idea of who may take that seat moving forward. When it comes to Harris and when it comes to Trump, that is going to continue to slide back and forth. Now, immigration, that was very important. Another topic on hand of high importance here in the state of Arizona is abortion. Right now, it looks as though Proposition 139, which would allow abortion here in our state up to fetal viability, that's between 22 and 24 weeks, that looks as though it is taking the lead with people voting in favor of Proposition 139. So if this moves forward and takes the win, then that would allow abortion here in the state of Arizona from 22 to 24 weeks. As it stands right now here in our state, abortion is legal, but up to 15 weeks, no exception for rape, no exception for incest. So that has been a very hot topic here in the state of Arizona. But we knew this was going to be a very hotly watched race, our state being a swing state. So as we have been predicting leading up to Election Day, here we are, that these numbers will continue to toggle tonight, tomorrow, and it may go on into the week, Deborah.
And I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you as this continues. Vanessa Ariza, thank you so much. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. And as we go to break, you're taking a live look inside the watch party for the former President Donald Trump. We're going to take a break. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There are so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to election night coverage here on Local News Live. Wisconsin is a key battleground in the race to the White House. It also has a tight Senate race. Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin is defending her seat against Republican challenger Eric Hovde. Our Elizabeth Wattis is with the Baldwin camp in Madison, Wisconsin now.
Yes, we are live here at the Baldwin campaign event. It is in the Orpheum Theater, a historic theater here in Madison. To give you a little lay of the land, we're about 2 blocks away from the Capitol building, really, really close to UW-Madison as well. Now, we are here at the party. There are people mingling around. I've been noticing a lot of young people here tonight coming to support and watch as the polls come in. Of course, this race is very razor thin in the margins of it. Now, Tammy Baldwin had the edge in a most recent Wisconsin poll, coming into tonight with a 2-point lead over Eric Hovde. That margin is proving to be true. The race is so tight right now as the results are coming in. Now, a key demographic for the Baldwin campaign are younger voters who are voting for the first time. She spent her last campaign stop today at the University of Wisconsin-Madison campus with a meet and greet with a lot of students. That is key for Baldwin. The key campaign promises she has been running on, one big thing is reproductive rights. She says she wants to bring Roe v. Wade back. Also, the cost of prescription drugs. Tammy Baldwin has said that she wants to keep lowering those and will continue to do so. Also, a really big endorsement that Tammy Baldwin received was from the Wisconsin Farm Bureau. Now, this endorsement has been won by a Democrat only one time in the past 2 decades, and that Democrat is Tammy Baldwin this year. So the energy here is a little bit anxious, I would say, because it is so close. People are in for a long night. I just talked with the Baldwin campaign, and they said not only are they preparing for a long night, they're preparing for an early morning. And I know that we are getting kicked out of the theater at 2:30 in the morning, so we will see if we have results by then. A really close race here in the Badger State, and we will be covering it for you all night. For now, live in Madison, I'm Elizabeth Wattis.
Elizabeth, thanks so much. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. More real-time results after the break.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There are so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Local News Live. We're going to check in now, going to Battleground, Georgia, and our Doug Reardon is there. Doug, where are you and what's going on right now?
Well, good evening. We are at the GOP watch party here in the Atlanta suburb of Buckhead. It is part of Fulton County, which is, of course, the largest county in our state. And it's part of this really big group of metro Atlanta areas that are kind of must-wins for Vice President Kamala Harris. And actually, they're really the ones that we're still waiting to report results on tonight. And so nothing has been called here in Georgia, although as of right now, Donald Trump does have a slight, just about 3-point lead in our state. This was kind of a redemption year for the GOP after losing Georgia in 2020 for the first time in several decades. And so they are looking at this as a way to establish themselves as the dominant party here at the federal level in Georgia once again, after what a lot of Republicans here view as a fluke win for Joe Biden in 2020.
And Doug, it looks like 90% of the vote is in there in Georgia. Of course, that is not 100% and it hasn't been called. But I wonder if you can tell us, I know you cover Georgia and you cover the political scene so well. What is it about, perhaps, if he does win, the former president's message that is resonating with Georgia voters?
Well, I think that immigration certainly is a big one on top of the economy, but let me tell you why I say immigration. A couple of months ago, back in February, we had a nursing student who was jogging on a running path at the University of Georgia. She herself actually went to a nursing school in Macon, another city in Georgia. Her name was Laken Riley. A lot of folks might recognize that name from the State of the Union address where President Joe Biden used her name during his speech. She was killed by someone who was in this country illegally, and that is certainly a fact that is beyond dispute. It kind of reignited the campaign conversation around immigration, and every single time that former President Trump has been to a rally in Georgia, he has spent by far the majority of his time talking about immigration. So that certainly turned the state into a powder keg on that issue. But of course, there's also the underlying issue of the economy. A lot of folks here certainly are dealing with things that folks across the country are facing when it comes to steep housing prices. Atlanta in particular is an area where there is a lot of corporate land ownership, and so people are dealing with high rent prices as well. And so I think when all is said and done, if former President Donald Trump ends up winning the state, those will be the two things that got him across the finish line in Georgia.
And that's an important point, of course, about Laken Riley. We've covered that horrible tragedy here on Local News Live, and of course, the former president, using her name and talking about that situation. Thank you so much, Doug. I appreciate it. And we're going to send it on over now to Graham.
Some major breaking news here at the results desk. Ruby Red, North Carolina. That means this state has now been called for Donald Trump. It's the first of the 7 swing states officially called tonight. Donald Trump taking this barely 50.8% with just about 90% of the vote counted here in North Carolina. But a major hold for Donald Trump. Democrats thought they could make a play for North Carolina. They did put a lot of time and energy and money into trying to make some gains here, but it was not enough tonight. Donald Trump holding on to North Carolina as he did in 2016, in 2020 as well. So that is the first swing state tonight to be called. So let's just look at all the states that have been called, and you see there are some big ones that are still outstanding, like Georgia, where we just just saw Doug. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, also Nevada and Arizona. So there is still a long way to go. We may not get an answer tonight, especially in a place like Pennsylvania, where there's about 76% of the vote cast, a lead for Donald Trump. But there are still lots of votes to be counted here in Philadelphia and these suburbs here. So long way to go. And then there are a lot of early votes that are just starting to be counted today in Pennsylvania. Same thing in Wisconsin, guys. So yeah, we're tracking the 7 swing states. 1 down, 6 more to go.
Oh my goodness. And so when you talk about Pennsylvania, you know, you're looking at Philadelphia there. Those Philadelphia and the counties that surround it, Graham, are they normally, usually called for Democrats, I'm wondering?
It depends. Bucks County is really the only one that's believed to be up for grabs tonight that Donald Trump could get. But yes, the suburbs tend to be a bit more blue, of course, around Philadelphia. It's different when you look at the big population centers like in Wisconsin, for example, the collar counties around Milwaukee. Those tend to go more red, but in Pennsylvania, around Philadelphia, they've tended to go more blue. And, we were wondering, what if the Puerto Rican vote, especially in Pennsylvania, would have an impact. There's some 300,000 of Puerto Ricans of voting age that live in Pennsylvania. And we were wondering after that Madison Square Garden rally if potentially that could have shifted, their vote potentially more toward Donald Trump.
Now, I want to go back to the state of North Carolina. I've spent a lot of time, I reported there, and one thing about North Carolina, it's one of those states that they are going to be choosy voters. You saw Attorney General, the Democrat, Josh Stein, go ahead and win the Democratic ticket when it came to being the governor. But you just heard North Carolina. This is 3 times in a row that North Carolina has voted for Donald Trump in an election.
And I would wonder if you can separate out those two things because of the fact that Mark Robinson did have this kind of scandalous situation, and maybe then he was kind of counted out. Also, another thing is it seemed that Trump was distancing himself from Robinson.
Certainly.
So maybe it is that Trump is the person who kind of takes on North Carolina.
One of 7 key battleground states called. We're going to continue to tabulate these numbers as election night 2024 continues. We have more live real-time results coming up after the break.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
It took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Election Night here on Local News Live. One more state to call for you right now. It is going to be Oregon, called for Kamala Harris. She will carry Oregon and its 8 electoral college votes. So where does the count stand as we try to get to 270, the magic number? Donald Trump up to 230 electoral college votes. He has won 24 states so far. He has gotten 56 million votes counted in his column so far. But he's 40 electoral college votes away. What does that mean? It means he still has to win at least 3 states. He has to win one of these blue wall states to win the presidency. He has to get either Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. He cannot win with just what's left here in the Sun Belt. Even though he got North Carolina, he still has to pick one of those off. That's why this night is still a long way away from being over, because we will wait and see how those final tallies come in. And again, likely will not happen tonight. We likely will not have an answer before you go to bed tonight. But Donald Trump will have to pick off one of these Rust Belt states to win the presidency, along with Georgia, and then he would need Arizona or Nevada as well. So we're tracking it. Stay with us. Long way to go still as we count the votes here at about 11:30 Eastern. You're watching Local News Live. A look at the Trump watch party tonight in Florida.
Local News Live.
What are voters looking at?
Tracking congressional races tonight.
The only network with more than 100 local newsrooms across the country. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Thanks for watching this special edition of Local News Live, Election Night 2024. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins here at the results desk as we track these swing states.
Yep, we just mentioned North Carolina is one of the swing states, and it was called for Donald Trump, one of the 7. This opens up a path, Trump's easiest path, the eastern sweep. Now, he would need Pennsylvania and Georgia. They're not quite bright red, but they're looking a little red, Graham.
Yeah, they certainly are, Camila, as we are continuing to track that here tonight. But let's check in Arizona. This is of the swing states remaining on the board tonight here. You can see it is a toss-up still. It's in the white category. This hasn't moved much in the last 30 minutes to an hour. Still about 50% of the vote in. Donald Trump with a very slight lead here. Just a few thousand votes out of the almost 2 million votes cast. The key counties here, Maricopa, that we are watching here where Phoenix is, and then of course Pima down here with Tucson. Pinal County is more of a red county, and we're seeing that play out in the numbers tonight, but it's all about Maricopa as we continue to track these numbers coming in with Kamala Harris in a very slight lead here in Arizona. If we just take a look through the rest of these Swing states, Wisconsin, ticking up ever so slowly at about 67% of the vote in right now. Donald Trump with a slight lead. Remember this Door County? That is the bellwether county that we've said has picked the president the last 6 presidential elections. Well, tonight, Door County actually picked Kamala Harris by less than 500 votes. But nonetheless, Door County did go blue tonight with 99% reporting. Deborah?
Thank you so much, Graham. Well, our Peter Zampa is in Florida covering former President Donald Trump's campaign. I have to ask, when North Carolina was called for Trump, what was the mood like in the room?
Yep, Deborah, that's exactly what I was going to get to. As soon as that came up on this board behind me, the crowd erupted. I mean, it's that first box ticked in what is looking like an increasingly positive night. Now, this crowd, this floor behind me, not completely full, still sort of a surprising amount of space for supporters to file into, but it does continue to build, as does the anticipation for when Donald Trump might address them later this evening.
Do we know any timing on this? I'm wondering, if you think back to 2020, the race was not called for Donald Trump at that point, but he still came out and claimed it. I'm wondering if there might be a repeat.
I got a pretty short answer from the campaign, no, on the timing. So I can leave it at that or just kind of guess here. This crowd's still energized. It took a long time in 2020 for him to come out. But remember, Deborah, he only came out when the picture looked like it was kind of turning against him. Tonight is a positive night. I would not be surprised if Donald Trump came out within the next hour or two just to address this crowd that's clearly energized right now, to capture that energy and kind of play off of it.
All right, our Peter Zampa in West Palm Beach, Florida at the Trump Watch Party. Thank you. Let's go to Graham now at the touch board.
All right, yeah, we're still tracking results coming in here at the touch board. We're just repeating a little bit here, but we know Donald Trump, if he can win Pennsylvania and Georgia, he would have it in the bag tonight, because we got Alaska down here with its 3 electoral college votes. We have 1 outstanding in Maine. We have 1 outstanding in Nebraska. So those combined with Georgia and Pennsylvania would put Donald Trump over the top. That's why Pennsylvania is so key here tonight. We are still waiting on New Mexico, about to get a call here in New Mexico. We believe Kamala Harris expected to carry the state up. There it goes as we speak. The yellow check mark here, so we know Kamala Harris has won the state of New Mexico and its 5 electoral college votes. So this map is really filling in tonight. There's not a lot left. It's pretty much all swing states with the exception of Hawaii and Alaska tonight, but we're tracking Arizona with those 11 electoral college votes. That hasn't moved much. Nothing coming in from Nevada just yet. Waiting on Nevada, and we haven't talked about it much yet tonight. Clark County, that's where Las Vegas is, of course, and then we also have Washoe County, where Reno is. So Nevada, you never know, could end up playing a role tonight with its 6 electoral college votes, but it's really all about this blue wall that's so far tonight, Rashida, trending a bit more red.
All right, let's check in now with our White House correspondent, John Decker, who's covering Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign in Washington, D.C. John, as we mentioned earlier, we know that you've covered elections for years now, and I'm just curious to know, is this a time for Kamala Harris supporters to get down about? I mean, we are seeing that map fill in with quite a bit of red.
Well, I have been, unfortunately, with losing candidates over the years. Hillary Clinton in 2016, Donald Trump 4 years ago, and it's not fun to be with the losing candidate. That being said, this election hasn't been called just yet, but you see the trend pattern. You see how the vice president is doing right now in those blue wall states. It doesn't look good. The mood here, far different than the mood that Peter described just moments ago at Donald Trump's headquarters in Florida. It's a mood that's very anxious because they see the margins that Donald Trump is leading in those blue wall states right now, particularly in that critical battleground state of Pennsylvania.
In your opinion, which state would be called that maybe might throw some alarms, some red flags for either party? Which state is it that, hey, this is the win, this is the loss?
Well, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has always been a critical state for the vice president. It's the state that she visited the most during the course of this past year, the state that she visited the most since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee. She's devoted enormous resources. And in fact, just yesterday, she had 5 campaign stops in Pennsylvania. She knew how critical this state was for her in terms of getting to 270 electoral college votes. And as these raw numbers get larger as the night wears on, it becomes so difficult for her to reverse this trend, to reverse what we're seeing happening in Pennsylvania. It's still possible, but it's getting narrower in terms of her path, getting to 270 as things stand right now.
Any glimpse of the vice president at this hour where you are, or do we know around what time she might come out and address the crowd?
Well, she's not here right now. She's at the vice president's residence. I get a readout, in terms of her movements. She has not yet moved or intended to move from the vice president's residence just yet. I think that what the campaign wants to do, I am told, is to see how things play out in these blue wall states before deciding when it is that she will address her supporters here at Howard University in Washington, D.C.
All right, White House correspondent John Decker, we will keep an eye on that. Thanks so much. Let's turn now to Graham Olkins at the results desk.
A call here in the Ohio Senate race. Republicans picking up another seat here. Bernie Moreno defeating Sherrod Brown, one of the longest-serving politicians in Ohio, the Democrat first elected in 2006 there to the U.S. Senate in Ohio. He's gone down tonight. Bernie Moreno, the Trump-aligned businessman here, is the winner in Ohio. So not necessarily much of a surprise given how red Ohio has gone in recent cycles, but Democrats were hoping Sherrod Brown may be able to hold on here, but that is not the case tonight. This was the costliest Senate race this cycle, with millions, hundreds of millions of dollars poured into this. Bernie Moreno winning, now giving Republicans control of the U.S. Senate because they got that seat in West Virginia tonight as well. They're leading in a couple of other key ones as well, but Bernie Moreno with a big win tonight in Ohio. Camila?
All right, we are talking abortion once again. Missouri voters have approved a measure to replace a near total abortion ban. Now, Missouri was the first state to make abortion illegal after Roe v. Wade was overturned. And now this allows abortion to be legal up until viability. That's about 24 weeks. So we're seeing another yes on an abortion ballot measure. Remember, it's on 10 states, and we bring you another one. Deborah?
Thank you, Camila. Nevada is the last battleground state for the polls to close, so let's go over there because we have local news live's Molly McBride and Kim Passoff both in Las Vegas, but we're going to start with Kim right now at the GOP watch party.
Yeah, this watch party, we're just off the strip right now at the Ahern Boutique Hotel. This is a Republican stronghold hotel, but right now there's a tense feeling in the air because we just spoke with the Republican chairperson, Michael McDonald, who's also a senior advisor to President Trump. He just told us that when polls closed at 7 p.m., so about an hour and a half ago local time, there were still 3-hour wait lines in some of our local jurisdictions like Nye County, which is a rural county, up in northern Nevada, which is the Reno area, Carson City. So they have to wait for every single voter to be able to complete their ballot before we get any results here. So people here are buckling up for a long night. We don't expect any results for at least another hour. But let me give you a look at the room here at this Republican watch party, which is really a Donald Trump watch party. Donald Trump, of course, no stranger to Las Vegas. Even before he entered politics, he opened the Trump International Hotel. That's a major resort hotel that's about 60 stories, just a few blocks from here back in 2008. And Trump certainly understands that hotels and resorts like his are the biggest industry here in Las Vegas. The pandemic hitting Nevada harder than most states, casinos closing overnight. So back in June, Trump proposed no taxes on tips at one of his rallies here in Vegas. Kamala Harris echoing that months later in August. And he had a rally here on Halloween last week. He said he felt very good about things here in Nevada, saying, quote, "It is a very big state for us, but it will be a tough road for him to pick up our 6 electoral votes." In both 2020 and 2016, our state went blue. In the midterms, though, we did elect a Republican Republican governor. The last time that our state went red was back for Bush in 2004. It's been 20 years, but certainly everybody in this room is hoping that he can pull it out tonight, and we'll be here throughout the night to bring you updates. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Kim. And now we're going to go to Molly McBride at the Democrat Watch Party. Molly?
Yeah, I'm also at the Strip, just at the Aria. Now, it's slowly been filling up here recently, picking up pace. We are expecting a lot of high-profile party leaders in the room tonight, though not many of them are here quite yet that I've seen. Now, the vice president has made Nevada a priority during this election cycle, even before she was the official nominee. In 2024 alone, she made about a dozen visits to the Silver State. Now, as Kim mentioned, Nevada has been blue 2 years in a row, both in 2016 and 2020, and she's certainly hoping that she can make that 3 years in a row. In one of her final pitches to voters just last week here in Nevada, she focused on bringing down the cost of living for the middle class, as well as tax cuts for small businesses, while of course leaning into her support for abortion rights. Now, she was optimistic at that time. We haven't heard from any party officials yet tonight, but of course we'll be here throughout the evening keeping local voters updated. Guys.
Thank you so much, our Molly McBride in Las Vegas. Certainly it's going to take us a while to get all of those results in. You are watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. And as we go to break here, you are taking a live look inside the watch party for Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. We're going to have more real-time results in just 2 minutes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to the results desk here on Local News Live. A result to bring you right now. Virginia has been called for Kamala Harris. Not really a surprise, but Virginia, known to be pretty purple. Kamala Harris eking out a win here, just over 51% of the vote compared to Donald Trump's 47% of the vote. Tim Kaine also he elected to the U.S. Senate here. So Senator Tim Kaine, re-elected, I should say, to the U.S. Senate in Virginia. But of course, we're watching Pennsylvania, the battleground state, the battleground of all battlegrounds. 81% of the vote now in, and you can see Donald Trump is pulling away a little bit. He is over a 200,000 vote lead at this point. And the question becomes, as the votes are counted, are there enough outstanding votes for Kamala Harris to come back and to try to overtake Donald Trump? That remains the question as the experts crunch the numbers here tonight. 70% of the vote in Philadelphia County, about 70% in Delaware County, 70% in Montgomery County. and still about 50% to go in Bucks County. Those are the main population centers here in Pennsylvania. Of course, we have Allegheny County. That's pretty much all in with Pittsburgh. So Pennsylvania is tightening up as far as the number of votes that are left to be counted, and Donald Trump seems to be pulling away a bit, and that seems to be overall tonight the theme that we've seen so far. As we bring in Camila and Deborah and Rashida, again, it's been a bit more of a red trend compared to what the polls may have suggested, although it was basically a coin flip all before this night.
Yeah, really. And we know that in Pennsylvania, a top issue is the economy, consistently cited as the top issue there. And we know that Donald Trump is connected to the economy a lot. So that might be why we're seeing those numbers.
Yeah, voters have expressed more confidence in how Donald Trump has handled the economy.
Well, talking about economy, I do have some stats here. And actually, if you look at investment growth, it looks like it's actually grown more under Biden than it did under Trump. And of course, this information is all from the Wall Street Journal, which is pretty much a conservative-leaning newspaper. S&P growth, 51% increase from Biden, over 44% under Trump. But still, it's not about the numbers. It's about how people feel.
Yeah, one thing we know is that people vote with emotion, especially this election year. Graham, we know you have some real-time results for us that just came in.
Yeah, let's look back at the board. This is some breaking news out of Texas. Ted Cruz holding on tonight, and really not even close. 76% of the vote counted. Ted Cruz easily beating Colin Allred tonight. Beto O'Rourke had a much closer margin here when he barely lost to Ted Cruz. But again, still some more votes to be counted. But Ted Cruz is safe. He has won re-election as the incumbent senator from Texas. Republicans were a bit worried about this one heading into tonight, too. Democrats thought they may have a solid shot at this, but Ted Cruz kind of running away with it is what it's looking like here as these votes are counted.
I wonder about this blue wall. We've talked about it all night. And how's it looking right now?
Yeah, let's take a look again. Let's go back to, I got to flip back to the map. Bear with me here just for one moment. But as we look, let's see. It's still looking pretty red.
We're making Graham work hard tonight here.
No, it's all right. That's what we're here for. So certainly what I'm here for. But yeah, let's take a look at Michigan right now. I'm going to flip this around one more time just so I can see it a little better from my vantage point and your vantage point. So let's look at Michigan. Only 40% of the vote is in here. And if we look at Wayne County, Detroit, still very low amount of the votes counted. So Michigan very much still in play. Wisconsin, let's see, 70% of the votes counted, I should say. Donald Trump leading here. If we look at Milwaukee, still a lot of votes to be counted in Milwaukee. So, of course, that's why Wisconsin is still in play. But Pennsylvania is the big one. We keep saying it all night. Whichever candidate wins Pennsylvania will likely win the White House. And right now, Donald Trump is doing better in Pennsylvania. All right, stay with us here on Local News Live as we take a look at the watch party for, I believe this is Kamala Harris's watch party? Yes, here in Washington, D.C. At Howard University. More to come here on Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
It took 20 years, and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves
by saving our money.
until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to Local News Live. Of course, we keep talking about Pennsylvania. All eyes on the prize, and that's where Molly Martinez is right now. Okay, so we've got, about 89% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, and it is looking pink, 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 red, red, red. What's your take?
Well, we've reached that point in the evening, Deborah, where my Elmer Fudd coat came on. My hair is just a suggestion of what it was when polls opened. I'm sure you're feeling the same way. We knew it was going to be a marathon in Pennsylvania, and that is certainly what we are seeing. So, like we said all night, Pennsylvania's got a weird system of voting in which they can't begin to count absentee or mail-in ballots until polls close. So what we're seeing right now is about a 200 vote differential. Donald Trump is in the lead. And what we know is that Republicans tend to benefit more from in-person voting, whereas Democrats tend to benefit more from mail-in ballots. So there is a variable there that could give Kamala Harris an edge here, but it is not looking great for the Harris team as of right now.
And what are the issues specifically that perhaps Pennsylvania voters aligned, well, we don't know for sure at this point, but aligned more with Trump than they did with Harris?
The economy is really something that Donald Trump has hammered and cornered, and the Democrats have tried to do so as well. But we're coming off 4 years of Joe Biden, and so there's an advantage to Donald Trump as not the incumbent when it comes to the economy. Also, I spoke with one voter who had a really interesting take, and he said that he's voting for Donald Trump because he wants us to have an exodus from all of these foreign wars. And you know, Joe Biden, in his term in office, we saw the pullout of Afghanistan. We saw this conflict in Israel between Hamas. We saw the Ukrainian war. A lot of stuff happened during the Biden administration that Biden is blamed for of his handling that Donald Trump has the advantage of not being a part of. So people view Donald Trump as sort of the anti-war candidate here.
That's a good insight from Pennsylvania. And of course, the night will continue. I hope that you get to sleep at some point. Thank you so much, Molly Martinez. Appreciate it. Let's go to Graham now.
Yeah, as we approach midnight Eastern, we just want to do a round robin of the swing states, where things stand right now. Let's start down here in Georgia, where 93% of the votes have been counted. Donald Trump holding on to a bit of a lead here in Georgia. Similar story in Pennsylvania. Not as many votes counted here, but still quite a few. 82% almost. Donald Trump with a lead. Do you sense a pattern here? In Michigan, less than half. So Michigan has a lot further to go tonight and probably into tomorrow. But Donald Trump with a bit of a lead in Michigan, but still a big population center to be counted of Detroit. Wisconsin, you can see lead for Donald Trump with about 75% of the vote to be counted. A slight lead for Donald Trump. Certainly a pattern across these swing states here. We go to Arizona. This race has not changed much. This one way tighter. This one is very thin margins here, just a few thousand votes separating the two candidates here, but only 50% of the vote cast, including here in Maricopa County. Just about 50% of the vote, the big population center. And then we're still waiting on Nevada. No results in from Nevada just yet with its 6 electoral college votes, but that is where we stand right now. But again, Pennsylvania is going to be the prize, and you know, where those mail-in ballots that Molly was just talking about, again, tend to favor Democrats, but would it be enough, Camila, would it be enough to give Kamala Harris what she needs to overtake that lead that Donald Trump has on her right now?
And that's the question, and it's not the end of vote counting. Tonight's not going to be the end. We'll see how far it goes, but we're waiting on those swing states that could be very decisive.
It's not over till it's over, or until someone says it's over, and well, that's not our job to say that it's over. But But certainly, we've been following it all night. What are your reflections at this moment?
I mean, it's interesting to see North Carolina still the only swing state. I didn't think we were going to get any swing states before midnight. North Carolina, of course, went to Donald Trump. We are still waiting on Pennsylvania. We say Pennsylvania because 19 electoral votes. But those other swing states matter as well.
And again, we've said it about a million times tonight. Blue wall. That situation, we got to see what those states end up coming up with. But the results, they're still coming in as America decides who will be its 47th president. Local News Live will continue to cover the election with the people who know these races best, our local journalists. Our coverage will be back starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Wednesday. That's all for now. Thanks for watching Local News Live.
Local News Live.
What are voters looking at?
Tracking congressional races tonight.
The only network with more than 100 local newsrooms across the country. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, they build the foundation for America's cities, but the bedrock of the construction industry is crumbling. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm T. Chappelle. We take an in-depth look at the urgent need for more skilled laborers and a blueprint to rebuild the workforce.
Plus, America's downtowns at a crossroads.
We got to work on getting that figured out.
As big businesses shift away from offices, small businesses open the gateway for a transformation.
What we're trying to do is create this rhythm of activity downtown, on our streets, in our parks.
We take a look at one city's plan to elevate its epicenter from vacant to vibrant.
Then a woman proves you're never too old to find your true voice.
Boy, I'm the king around here. You hush your mouth, fetch me a beer.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
They build city skylines, neighborhood schools, hospitals, even our homes. Yet when it comes to building their own workforce, the construction industry has struggled for years. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, more than 20% of construction workers are 55 or older.
And as those experienced workers retire, experts say the pipeline of new talent is shrinking. Reporter Heather Graff shows us new efforts to fill the gap, plus the trickle-down effect of this labor shortage and how it could impact you.
They beat us down here.
The drive into the work site may be a bit bumpy, but Buddy Henley will tell you his career path in construction has been smooth.
I started my career in construction when I was 16 years old, working summers. I started out my first day sweeping floors.
Learning the family business quite literally from the ground up.
My father started the company 60 years ago, so we're celebrating our 60th anniversary.
And loving it every step of the way.
It's truly my passion to run work out in the field.
Today, Buddy is president of Henley Construction, overseeing projects like this middle school they're currently building in Maryland.
The people who work on this project to be able to drive by for 30 years and say, wow, I played a part in that project, and it's very fulfilling.
Yet he says the hardest part of his job as of late is finding and hiring employees.
We simply cannot hire enough people to do all the work that's out there and to do it properly and on time.
Well, it's very concerning.
Michael Bellaman is president of Associated Builders and Contractors, a construction industry trade group that estimates this workforce shortage topped 500,000 nationwide at the start of 2024.
Well, we have an aging workforce because it's not as popular with the younger generation.
More than 1 in 5 construction workers are 55 or older, and when it comes to recruiting younger workers, Bellarmine believes they're dealing with a perception issue.
When I was younger in high school and stuff, getting a construction job, that was a good job. And I think that that's part of that paradigm shift. I think maybe it's parents, their kids, they see them going to college. They got to go to college. We got to work on that and help people understand what kind of dreams they can achieve in our industry.
ZipRecruiter, in its 2024 labor market outlook for construction, made a similar conclusion, noting seasoned, skilled trades professionals are aging out, while younger generations are pursuing college degrees and opting for less physically demanding roles. And then there's the growing popularity of remote work.
Absolutely. It's working against construction, face-to-face services, schools, and those in-person employers will now find it permanently harder to recruit and retain workers.
ZipRecruiter's chief economist telling Investigate TV Plus they found the number of people actively applying for construction jobs online fell about 40% between 2019 and 2020. And in this post-pandemic world, it's been essentially flat ever since.
Problems in the construction industry, the talent shortages, the waits, the lags, those affect people, households, institutions, very, very, very much.
So that trickle-down effect is real.
It's very, very real, and we should all be rooting for the industry to solve these challenges.
And that brings us here.
The future of construction is female.
It's a free all-girls summer camp hosted by the Washington, D.C. chapter of the National Association of Women in Construction.
I can attest I was the only woman on a job site of 200 people.
Michelle Schwartz and Libby Mendorata help run the free camp because they know firsthand that just around 11% of U.S. construction workers right now are women. And they think increasing that number is at least part of the solution to the industry's labor shortage.
Women are the answer to that. We're going to need them more. We're going to want them more. We have to make the industry more palatable for them, more favorable for them.
Very good.
And so this event and others like it held across the country.
Can I do another one?
Sure.
Are about laying the foundation.
Line it up. Yep.
Giving girls like Charlie and Prachi hands-on experience, showing them they're needed in construction.
Being around women is really empowering.
Prachi now considering a career in masonry, while Charlie hopes to be a mechanical engineer.
I just love working with my hands, so I kind of want more girls to be like me, so that way we can kind of rise up and do construction. Just add a lot there.
What does it mean to you when you hear young girls say, I want to work in construction?
I think it's inspiring. It helps spark that passion to learn more about the industry, which is really what we're trying to do.
As for other tools in this industry's recruiting toolbox, everyone we spoke with says increased outreach and earn while you learn apprenticeships will also be key.
We go out to high schools, we'll go to colleges, we'll go into prison systems, we work with the military.
Even TikTok, because a lot of young people are into TikTok, so we put ads on TikTok. The biggest thing you have to show up with is a willingness to learn.
Buddy Henley still believes in that ground-up approach.
And you know what, you might start out pushing a broom, but that's not all.
Because a generation ago, it worked for him.
You have to give it a try. You can grow rapidly and have tremendous opportunity.
Now here's why all of this is such a big deal and why you should care about these labor shortages. According to the Home Builders Institute, the lack of skilled workers is a key limiting factor to expanding home construction and improving housing inventory and affordability. The organization pointing to a recent survey that found single-family builders reporting severe shortages of carpenters, bricklayers, plumbers, concrete workers, electricians, and more, all of which are, of course, essential in home construction. In Washington, I'm Heather Graff.
From building a workforce to constructing the future, when we come back, the pandemic dimmed the bright lights of cities, but now many are going from faded to fabulous. We head to one downtown to get the lowdown on a budding renaissance.
Then later, a European idea gets an American spin. Why taking time off from work could become your right and not just a privilege.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at WeSaySaveIt.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
During the late 19th century, the term downtown spread across the U.S. and became a popular label to refer to the historical core of the city.
Yeah, from high rises to tourist attractions, downtowns have their own unique personality. But during the pandemic, everything from nightlife to new construction screeched to a halt, and many have been struggling to bounce back. In Memphis, Tennessee, a popular downtown restaurant has served its last meal.
It was devastating. I didn't believe it. I was like, no way. That's not possible, because Blind Bear is a staple in the downtown community.
In August 2024, the Blind Bear joined the many other restaurants shutting down their doors in the downtown area. Downtown Memphis resident Devontae Payton says all the recent closures have hurt.
To see some of our staples slowly transition out, it's disappointing.
The Memphis Restaurant Association said there are many factors for businesses failing, including the lasting effects of the pandemic, more people moving, and crime. But downtown bakery owner Pete Brady says Memphis police have been doing a good job patrolling the area, and he feels safe.
The half a dozen folks that I've met in this area, they're the kind of individuals you'd want coming to your emergency.
According to a 2023 study from the Brookings Institute, fears about safety in U.S. downtowns are not based on fact.
Yeah, the study notes a rise in visible homelessness and drug use, driven in part by vacant storefronts and lower foot traffic, influences a sense of unease. And improving foot traffic continues to be an issue for downtowns. In 2023, New York saw just 65% of its pre-pandemic numbers. For St. Louis, even worse, just over 50%, ranking dead last among 66 cities in North America.
Reporter Peter Zampo went to the Gateway of the West to find out how the city is addressing its challenges and show us how small businesses may hold the key to a downtown revival.
Cities around the U.S. suffered unimaginable shock during the pandemic. Millions of Americans trading the metropolis for wide open spaces. Enjoy the flexibility that comes with remote work